Congratulations on your 300th career win. What an amazing accomplishment. I am so happy and so proud of you. Coach G got me through some real dark times, and I don't know if I would have made it without her. So I want to thank you, Coach G. I love you and congratulations.
My experience with Coach G was honestly one of the best parts of my career. She's someone who truly cares about you on and off the court, not just as a player, but as a person.
Hey Coach G, congrats on your 300th win. My first 2 years of college were a big learning experience, and having you as my coach made all the difference.
Coach G, congratulations on your 300th win. You deserve it. You so much more. Thank you so much for believing in me.
Thank you so much for believing in us and for coaching us and for just being here for us. It's very appreciated.
I was number 10 when I played for Coach G. And I don't know if everybody knows this, but Coach G wore number 10 when she played for Duke. So I hold that to a high regard. I know that when I talk about impact, I'm not just speaking for myself, but anybody that's had the opportunity to play for you in your program, just that lasting impact that doesn't just stay with us for the time that we're with you.
Coach G did not only care about you on the court, but off the court as well. She always believed in us and expected our best every day. You pushed me to work harder than I thought I could and helped me grow, not just as a player, but as a person.
I definitely did not know how to school search for basketball, and you swooped in and really gave me a future. And I could not be more grateful for that. And being here through all the awful issues that I've been through, injuries, sicknesses still are there supporting me. Thanks so much, Coach.
Coaching is not like coaching the game, it's coaching life. And I enjoy working with young ladies and getting them to be responsible adults. So it happens moments, but I think at the end of the day, it's rewarding to see it when you can see that they succeed.
She pushed me to become stronger mentally and physically, and when I doubted myself, she never did. When I thought I couldn't do it on the court, she was the one who believed in me and lifted my confidence.
Having a great time, I wanted to quit, and I came to you and I talked about it, and you convinced me that I have something that I should keep playing for. So I just want to thank you.
I know for me as a college coach today, there's so many valuable things that I took away from getting to be a part of the program and just having you as my coach. And those are the things that each season that I get to come out here and be on the sidelines and continue to pass down those valuable lessons to my own players. I think of you and just how much you impacted me.
I feel like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to play. I know when I was signing my going for college, it was stressing, but once you recruited me, it made it a lot easier, and I just want to say thank you for that. I would just like to say thank you for this opportunity that you've given me. You can feel welcome because you know I came from my country, and you made me feel like I was part of the team from the jump. So thank you.
Thank you for being such a loving and caring coach. We appreciate all of your support and we hope we can continue to learn from you.
I'm very grateful that you gave me this opportunity to play with the team. Thank you, Coach James. Thank you for pushing me to be a better player, and congratulations on your birthday.
I'm forever grateful for the impact you have had in my life. Thank you for everything you have done for me, and congrats again on this amazing milestone.
Congratulations again. I hope you enjoy it. It's such a big accomplishment, and I'm so grateful that I get to say that I played for you. So good luck with the rest of your season, and again, congrats. I'm so proud of you. Love you.
When I got told from the assistant coach, I will never find another Coach G, they were right. I will never find another Coach G.
Hey, Coach G, congratulations on the 300th win. Congrats, Coach G, on your 300th win.
Coach, come here. Look who's here to see you. Look who's here to see you. Hi, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here tonight to honor Coach Tarla Gasquet on the historic 300th win of her storied career here at Montgomery College. She is greeting members of her family who have come here tonight to take part in the celebration. There are numerous former players, Coach, who are here tonight to honor you on your tremendous accomplishment. Is there anything you would like to say to the audience and to your family?
I'm so surprised, I don't even know what to do right now. But I'm so happy to see my former players. They come by to the games to support us. As I stated before, I'm in this for mentorship. I love these young ladies. I love to see them succeed. They have to learn how to deal with ups and downs and to know that it's not the end of the world and there's a way to solve any problem. So they hear a lot from me on the quiet side. Thank you, Montgomery College. I really appreciate this. You got my grandkids out here today. And my brother from Liberia and North Carolina. And oh, wow. Thank you so much, and thank you, Montgomery College, for allowing me to do this.
Well, we're not quite finished yet. We have a special presentation that we would like to make to you, including a beautiful trophy to commemorate your 300th win earlier this season over Catonsville. Coach G started her career here as a head coach in 2006. I've known her for over 20 years. When I first met you, you were the assistant under Donald Williams. You took over and you've never looked back. What a great career. Congratulations.
Well, good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Go sit behind us, behind us. Y'all gonna keep that from me?
Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, just another round of applause for the amazing Coach G. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Montgomery College this afternoon for this NJCAA matchup as the Hartford Owls are going against your Montgomery College Raptors. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to keep this a clean and respectful environment. The use of abusive or derogatory language is prohibited, as well as only coaches, players, officials, and staff are permitted on the court at all times. And now, if we could please have everyone stand for the playing of our national anthem. Time to meet the starters for the Owls.
Starla Gasquet on her 300th career victory
Number 0,
here at
Amaya
Montgomery
Goodson.
College.
It was. I mean, if I had a tissue, I could have easily, cleaned my eyes a little bit. I used my sweater, but I mean, that was incredible. 300 career wins is a lot more than just 300. I mean, that means obviously she's coached 500, 600 games. I mean, she's been here for a long time. I heard you mention that she was the assistant coach at one point when she first started. Was that the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So went from that to head coach to now.
So we'll talk more about that as the night goes on. Let's run down the starters very quickly for both teams. For Hartford, the Fighting Owls, number 0. I'm sorry, we're going to do MC first. Amani Dennis, number 3, the point guard. Number 5, Yahira Williams. She's a forward, a sophomore. Number 13, Sinai Massenberg. Number 21, Ariana Sisk, a freshman. And number 23, Ty Warwick. Of course, the head coach is Starla Gasquet. And there's a good look at the Raptors bench. The Raptors will be in white. The Fighting Owls from Hartford will be in blue. Their starters are number 0, Amaya Goodsell. Number 2, Carney Nelson. Number 5, Nahir Safkin. Number 10, Sanaya Edmond. And number 24, Akaya Kazak. So our officials tonight are Tanisha Harrison, Joe Butler, and Ed Krug. And we are all set to get underway, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about Tarla, but we are all set to get underway. The Raptors come into this one needing a win. They have dropped 7 straight. Raptors are 10-12 on the season. Hartford comes in 18-6 overall, and they're on a 3-game winning streak. So the Raptors have played much better at home than on the road or on neutral courts. They missed the first shot. And we are underway.
It's already a fast-paced game here. 3-point miss by the Raptors, but they're going to hope to fix that going out for this game.
Raptors average 61 points a game. Hartford averages 71 points a game. There's Massenberg. She's a sophomore. Raptors have had serious injury problems this year, and that has really obviously affected them in the win column.
And one thing about injuries as well, I didn't mean to cut you off right there, but about injuries is changing that, that starting formation.
There's a bucket.
Yeah, that's a good bucket, but it kind of throws off chemistry a little bit.
Ty Warwick ties it up, or actually, I'm sorry, puts the Raptors ahead. And we are underway. Go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, but I was just saying with the with injuries comes, chemistry change, and maybe, some of the players at the beginning of the season were playing together, they were gelling. But when players get hurt, new players come in, and it can be a bit, changing to the team.
Absolutely, because, basketball, despite the fact that the season is, 5-6 months long, is really a year-round sport.
Yeah.
These players start informally in the summertime. They're working out together. And you're right, they're developing that chemistry, and you get a couple of key injuries like the Raptors had early in the season. And that really can make the road quite bumpy. So anyway, back to Tarla Gasquet real quick. Yeah, when I first met Tarla, I've known Tarla now for basically 25 years.
Wow.
And when I first started covering athletics for Montgomery College, she was the assistant coach, or she became the assistant coach under a gentleman by the name of Donald Williams.
Okay.
And so I've known her ever since, and I don't know how many times I've interviewed her.
Yeah. Over the 20-year span, I can only imagine.
Going on trips with her,
Yeah.
covered games both home and away. And I'll tell you one thing, she is a steady presence, calm. You know, she gets excited, but overall her demeanor is quite calm.
Yeah.
And I thought one of the things she said in the ceremony there on the court, which really hit home to me, was, I'm into this for the mentorship.
Yes, yes. I mean, that's huge. I mean, even somebody, I grew up playing sports as well, and a coach isn't just someone who draws up the X and O's. You know, I can remember the times when I played sports and how much of an impact the coach had by even if my head was down, saying, hey, get your head up, you know, like, you got this. Or if I felt like I was playing a bad game and they encouraged me to keep going, that is something that Coach G has been doing for her players since those 20 years, I know for a fact.
Yep, she's a 20-year head coach. She took over in 2006, so this is her 20th season as head coach. That'll be Hartford's ball. And just a word about this Hartford MC matchup. You know, I would say over the entire Maryland JUCO, and of course both these teams are members of Maryland JUCO, this is probably one of the best rivalries, and it doesn't matter what the sport is.
Yep.
Soccer is an intense rivalry, as you well know, Andre. You played here.
Yes, I did.
But it doesn't matter what sport it is. Basketball, volleyball, soccer, track and field. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whenever these two teams meet, it's a rivalry game, and there's always something extra that we're going to find, that we're going to see.
Yeah, I always said, even as a player here, you know, I think we always, Montgomery College attracts such great talent, great athletes. But something about Hartford as well. They always attract good athletes as well. And it's always that head-to-head rivalry that makes, you know, a good match every single time.
There's a nice three there from
Imani
Dennis.
Yeah, Imani leads the team in points. We know that. She's quick on the ball, seems to also be the primary ball handler. So I'm sure we will see more threes from her today.
Yeah, she leads the team in scoring. She leads the team in assists, averaging 17.4 points a game and 4.5 assists a game. There's some of the MC men's team right there.
There we go, supporting the women's team. That's always good to see.
Yep, and of course they'll be playing in our nightcap as we're doing a doubleheader.
Ooh, in and out.
And the Raptors are off to a quick lead. For those of you unfamiliar with women's college basketball, they play quarters in women's college ball, 4 10-minute quarters. And you can go to the 1-and-1 or the bonus situation on foul shots in every quarter.
You seem like you've been doing this for a while, huh?
I've called a couple of games.
Yeah, just, you know, one or two. Ooh, good little Euro step right there in the paint.
Nice little teardrop there in the lane. Hartford putting on some pressure. Massenberg, she threw it away. And bangs into our announce table here.
It almost took us out.
Good crowd here.
Yeah, I heard there was free snow cones, popcorn, pizza, and guess what? I missed all of it.
Yeah, tonight is Spirit Night, is it not, Andre?
It is Spirit Night tonight. There's a lot of giveaway prizes. There's a raffle at halftime. Like I mentioned before, free food, which you know I always love. And a good layup right there.
That was by Safkin.
Yeah, the game took a little bit to get going. I felt like, you know, a lot of missed shots at the beginning, but as teams find their rhythm, it's moving pretty quickly now.
Hartford's on a little bit of a run. They've scored the last 4 points to take the lead, and they steal the inbound. There's a deep three, no good. Dennis with the rebound for the Raptors, number 3. Amani's only a freshman.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach G is going to be happy to have her back next season.
And she's already leading the team in several categories. And oh, there's Massenberg for a deep 3. Sanai Massenberg. Off the rim, no good. Massenberg with the rebound. You know, I see that last name Massenberg, and I think of a former Terps basketball player, Tony Massenberg.
That's why it did sound familiar. It did sound familiar. You been watching any of the Terps game this season?
I have not. They are struggling.
Yes, yes they are. Yes they are. So is Georgetown. I've been watching Georgetown for a while, and they are also struggling as well.
Yeah, none of our college teams around here are really setting the world on fire. The four-year schools, let's say.
Yeah.
So 3:39 to go in the first quarter. Down low to Massenberg. Whoa!
Great pass.
She got that one to go through.
She did.
And the Raptors up 10-6. There's a timeout on the floor. So it was really something, you know, to watch Coach Gasquet out there. You know, she did not know her family was
Yep. It was all a surprise. The flowers, her trophy award, her family. I mean, she didn't know the game was going to happen today, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But but I mean, it's really it's special, especially, you know, working here and being able to do things like that for others. You know, like it's all a part of what we do at a college. I believe that, you know, we serve. You know, like it's not about us working here; it's about who we serve, the students, the faculty, the staff. So I guess I'm involved as well, but. It's an honor to do this for her, and I know we're all very happy and proud of her.
And I know Raptors head women's soccer coach Licia Holzendorf had a lot to do with putting this together.
Yeah.
And so Licia really worked hard on that, and I know you were a big part of it too. There's a three.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a role. But yeah, no, Coach Licia, the women's head soccer coach, did a tremendous job kind of leading this effort, you know, spearheading all of this. She's been doing a lot of these events, and it's cool to see how far athletics has come as well. 2013, I always bring this up when I'm on air, but I was here in 2013 playing soccer, and it was great as well. I mean, I think you were leading the new mascot reveal that year, and I was a student and a soccer team. We came out, but it's cool to see that we still support athletics, and you know, being a part of it's great.
That was that mascot reveal night when the Raptors became the Raptors.
Yeah.
And that was a major thing for the athletic program. It united all three campuses under the Raptors mascot, and that reveal night was one of the most exciting nights I can remember during my time here.
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
There's a drive, forces it up, gets her own rebound from the corner, off the rim, no good. Massenberg with the rebound. Massenberg is making her presence known down low early. She averages 13.3 points a game and 6.8 rebounds. Off the mark there. And that's going to be a foul. And that'll put Ariana Sisk on the foul line. Sisk is a freshman out of Edgewood, Maryland. Look at Ariana, up, no good. Raptors still on top, 10-9. Missed both those foul shots. And there's going to be a foul. That foul is on London Miller, who has checked in for the Raptors, number 10. We're in the first quarter of our first game of a doubleheader. Coming up about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game, we'll have the men's half of the doubleheader,
which will also be very exciting as well. High flying, fast pace. You're going to want to stick around for that one.
Absolutely.
You know, sometimes I wish and I dream that I could dunk. Then I realized, you know, the height thing, the knees. I didn't get that gene, man.
No, I didn't either.
I mean, you're still in some pretty good shape, man. Are you sure?
No. The closest my hands weren't big enough to palm the basketball.
That is something as well.
That's a problem when you're trying to dunk.
Oh, wow.
I could get my hand over the rim, but that was the extent of it.
Okay. But at least you're getting up there.
I was a little younger back when I could do that as well. Like several decades younger. So Nahir Safkan on the line. She is from Turkey.
Ooh, okay.
Hartford has 2 players from Turkey, which it's got to be a first for me.
Yeah.
In Maryland JUCO.
A lot more international players coming through the ranks nowadays in all the sports, which is really cool to see.
Yep. Safkan averages 14.7 points a game and 3.4 rebounds. And she makes the second. Raptors still on top. Minute 20 to go in the first quarter. And Massenburg traveled. The pivot foot slid. Massenburg's going to bring it up.
Three ball.
There's Dennis in and out. Rebound Raptors. Put it up, no good. There's a whistle. And a foul. Foul's going to be on the Raptors. Number 21, Sisk picked up the foul.
It was a quick moving first quarter.
Very. Well, we've only had we've had 7 fouls called.
Yeah, and there's some turnovers as well in there. Oh, good defensive play. Oh, yep, jump ball.
Yep, going to call a jump ball on that one. Safkan will inbound it. And nice feed to Carly Nelson. And she puts it up and in to put the Owls on top. Less than 10 seconds to go in the quarter. Massenburg drives, puts it up. No good.
Oh.
And she picked up a foul.
Yeah, last 2 plays up and down the court. It seems like the Raptors are a little bit, maybe a little too quick. It seems like, they're excited, they're going to the rack, but if they slowed it down a little bit maybe.
A little too aggressive on the drive. And good defense. There's a shot.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Number 10, Sanaya Edmond hits one at the buzzer, and it's good.
Wow.
And we're going to take another look at that. There she goes.
Way beyond half court.
And nothing but net.
Yeah, wow.
Nothing but net. And we're going to keep it right here because we are joined by Tommy Luganbill.
How you doing, guys?
Good. Tommy is in charge of Pick MC. Why don't you give us your actual title?
Executive Director.
Ooh. Executive Director.
Yeah, and I just want to say thanks. You guys had me for the baseball game right when I first started.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. You and I spoke last spring.
Yeah, it was
Yep.
great, and I'm glad to be back. And also, I got to give a shout out. I do have some friends that are watching. They're listening right now.
Nice.
So Cliff Veers in particular, I know he's watching right now. He's a local. He's a big fan of basketball, especially girls basketball. He's actually a coach locally.
Okay, where middle school, high school, or just club?
We're
club?
talking 6-year-old girls here.
Okay.
There
Okay.
you
Hey,
go.
we
The
got to
be-
start
the
somewhere.
Best age.
They do. They have to start somewhere.
They have to start somewhere. So let's kind of review a little bit. For our newer viewers.
Yeah.
And talk to us a little bit about what Pick MC is.
Yeah, so Pick MC, the simplest way to describe it is it's a technology park. It's also a campus. So you've got a school, and then you also have businesses that are co-located on our campus. And so in a nutshell, that's what it is. And we've got a lot of great partners. We've got Holy Cross Hospital. We've got Hughes. We also have an incubator. So there's a lot of businesses there and a lot of activity.
So what kind of things have been happening since you and I talked last?
Oh, man.
I'm sure it's a lot.
Well, we've kept busy. I mean, one of the main things we try to do is a lot of events to get people out there so that they could actually see what's going on. Helping our tenants is actually the big thing that we're doing. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to come here tonight. Tenants have engaged a lot more recently, and they're looking for student interns.
Oh, one more time. Say that again.
Yo, student interns.
There we go. Yeah,
student
I was going to
interns.
say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jobs.
That's awesome.
Jobs.
Yeah, here we go.
So I got to give a shout out to Hughes, Holy Cross Health. They are looking for students. So students in things like horticulture, healthcare. The hospital wants people to know that, yes, they love having nurses, but they're also looking for people in the business fields, communications, and even IT.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so I'm really here to plug that tonight, other than hang out with you two.
Okay. Awesome.
Any new partnerships that you could talk about on the horizon?
I think you did this to me last time.
I probably did.
There definitely are. There are definitely people that would like to come to campus. I can't talk about them right now, but I will say that there's lots of partners that are outside the campus. There's AstraZeneca, there's the county that's always supporting us. But we're very, very busy.
Awesome.
Now, and again, tell everybody where you're located.
So we are located in Germantown for my golfers out there. If you know where Topgolf is, right off of 270, we are right across the street from that. Just go right up 270, and honestly, depending on the time of the day, it could take you 10 minutes from Rockville. It could take you 30. But we are very, very close to the exit right there.
Awesome. Wow. Okay. And a little bit off of Pick MC, but you're a local guy, right?
I am. Richie Montgomery graduate, 2005.
Wow. Okay. Nice.
I'm terrible at basketball. I do love watching.
Yeah.
I wanted to note I did go to my first college women's basketball game with that same friend Cliff.
Yeah.
I have a daughter. She's 5. So she was very excited, took her to her first game ever, and it's fun. I mean, women's sports has come a long way.
Yeah.
The crowd is actually telling of that.
Yeah.
And with the half-court shot that I just saw, I mean, it's definitely been very exciting.
Yeah. Awesome. And you played baseball, right?
You have a good memory. I did
yes,
play
I do.
baseball. I did
yes,
play
I
baseball.
Do. Yeah.
That's
yes.
why I have him here, because he remembers the stuff that obviously I don't.
Well, he's also cheating because he also works with me day to day. But no, I mean, yes, I played baseball. It was a lot of fun. I ended up hurting my arm, and as everyone says, if I just didn't hurt my arm.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But it was fun, and honestly, like these types of things, I'm glad to come. And I honestly, the production value of what you guys put on is great for these guys. Are they allowed to do NIL in junior college?
What's that?
NIL?
Oh,
NIL?
NIL?
Yeah, NIL.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't see why not.
I would assume so.
I believe so.
I mean, I got to say, the production value for what you guys are doing, I mean, you're doing a huge service to these students, because if any of them are going to go on and, I don't know, NIL deals or anything like that, I mean, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole new ball game nowadays, right?
It's a whole new landscape for college athletics, and even at the high school level.
Really?
I've heard of it, of high school kids
it's coming.
getting NIL.
Well, a lot of the quarterbacks in Texas and things like that, I mean,
Right.
the car dealerships.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
there's,
true.
there's the chicken shops that'll have, what is it,
Yeah.
Raising Cane's, things like that.
Yeah, they're. I heard of a running back in the D.C. area who was getting an NIL deal.
Interesting. Do
He
you
has
know,
he has an agent.
he has an agent, all right.
He's a junior in high school.
Well,
Really?
I should say, I mean, Stacy, who works with me over at Pick MC, I mean, her son's a very talented football player.
Oh, wow.
And she said, it's something that she deals with all the time. People are always trying to figure out deals and where he's going to go. And a lot of it has to do with, yes, the education, but also which school is going to provide the best deal.
Of course.
And it's a factor now.
Awesome. Awesome.
Well, I guess, I mean, I don't want to take away from you guys calling the game here.
You wanna give a call?
I don't have to give a call. I mean, if it's a half-court shot, I'll give another call here. All right, let's see this.
Hartford is...
Okay, I'm not going to call that one. I'm not going to call that one.
That was an air ball.
Euro step in the paint, and
however, Hartford is,
there we go.
They are taking control here.
They are up by 11.
Yeah, that was Alvarado. So, yeah, they are, well, they came into this one on a 3-game winning streak with a record of 18-6 overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long does the season run for?
They've got about a month left in the regular season. Well, not quite a month. About 2.5 weeks left in the regular season.
Tournament time.
And then tournament time.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah. And then there's a regional, a division, a district, and then a national tournament.
Okay.
So last year the Raptors lost in the regional tournament to Prince George's. They had a good season last year. The Raptors last year were 18-11 overall.
All right.
Yeah.
Hosted locally, or how far do they have to travel?
I'm not sure where the regional tournament is this year, but it's usually it'll be in Maryland somewhere.
This girl has some moves right here.
Number 10 for that's Sanaya Edmonds. She's a Montgomery County kid. She went to Paint Branch High School for Hartford, so that's one that got away. Paint Branch has had a history of good basketball, both men's and women's.
Yeah, and the men are playing right after this, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I assume you guys are calling that too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So it's a very long night.
Yeah.
Yep. Calling both games, but it's a lot of fun.
How are the men doing this year?
Men are they're doing pretty well. They're right around 500. They've had some injuries. Both teams have been kind of bitten by the injury bug.
Oh, okay.
And talking to Tarla before the ceremony tonight, and she lost 2 of her best players, if not her best players, in the first 3 weeks of the season.
That's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I stepped in a little late, but we were celebrating her 300th win.
Yeah. 300 career wins in 20 years.
Impressive.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she is. She's a great leader, and you know what's always impressed me about her is how many former players still stay in touch with her.
Yeah.
And there are quite a few here tonight. They did a tribute video for her in the pregame, and there were several former players featured in that. So she sees herself more as a mentor than a coach.
Yeah, I mean, the best programs usually kind of take that attitude. And it seems to, you might have a down season here or there, but if that's the approach long term, people know, then they'll keep coming.
Exactly. There's actually a big conversation going on right now in like the soccer world when it comes to coaches, and it's, are you a coach or are you a manager? You know, like what's the difference between the two?
Yeah.
And a coach is someone that's more so on the X and O's and then more someone who draws the plays. But a manager is more of someone who's like, you know, day to day with the players and can understand their players and, you know, heads down, keep your head up, or, you know, 2 players are bickering with each other. Hey, quit that out, we're a team. So I would see her honestly as both. But everything that she said today, I can see what she says, and I would say she's more of like a manager of the players, and she's connected with them.
And another one of her big focuses is academics.
Yeah.
She takes a lot of pride in working with the students, making sure they have the time they need, the tutoring if necessary. That's a big emphasis, because obviously they have to stay eligible.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they can't play.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, now we'll play this game with you. You're a soccer coach, right?
Soccer coach?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Or player.
I mean, I played, yes.
You played here, right?
Yes.
We did.
I did play here, 2013.
Went to the national tournament.
Yep, we went to nationals. Mr. Brown right here was there with us. He actually interviewed me there.
Nice. Is that how you got the job here?
No.
No?
No, not how I got the job, but I mean, I did mention it though.
Very nice.
In the interview, so that probably had a little bit of an edge over some other people, but
yeah.
So with spring sports kickoff here pretty soon, right? Are you guys gonna be calling games for the spring?
We hope so.
Yeah, some baseball and some softball.
We got softball and baseball and track and field.
Baseball's already started. Okay,
Yeah.
it sounds like they might already be going. Okay.
Yeah, you might need to get to a game or something.
Oh, I mean, they're right across the street from me.
That's what I'm saying.
When I look out of my office, I can see them playing.
I can't imagine that they're playing at home now.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair to the facilities at the college, though, they did a very good job of clearing.
Yeah.
I can't say the same about everything else around here, but the college did a great job. So I don't know about the field, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, they start early and they take a spring trip every year. They raise money for it during the course of the year, and then they'll take a spring trip to. They've gone to Florida in the past. They've gone to South Carolina, North Carolina.
That's cool.
And they'll play, 5 or 6 games in a 4 or 5 day period.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have official business here, it looks like.
He's bringing us the stats.
Every
So
time
let's
out,
take
we're
a
getting
look at
stats.
them.
Yeah, what do the stat lines look like now?
Let's see who's leading in scoring here for Hartford. Got 3 players with 6: Goodsell, Nelson, and Edmond. And for the Raptors, leading scorer is Massenberg with 7, and Amani Dennis with 5.
I'm going to quiz you guys, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but any idea what the record might be? Most points in a game? Any idea?
And for MC?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I have no clue.
No idea.
No
Do you
clue.
know?
I have no idea.
I've called many games here that went over 100.
Okay. Wow.
Mostly in the men's, to be honest with you. But I've called a few women's games that have gone over 100 as well.
That's pretty good.
That's a lot of points.
It is.
In 40 minutes.
Do you know how many? What is the most points that you've seen someone score? Do you remember that in your time here?
I know I've had guys over 40.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Good offensive rebound right there.
So the Raptors set it back up. That's Dennis on the point. Pass in, broken up. Here comes Hartford pushing it. Rebound to Massenberg. She's bringing it up. That's Ty Warwick, number 23. Dennis from the corner, nothing but net.
Yeah, they need to see that ball do that a couple more times. I mean, 30-17, MC has.
Yeah, they needed that bucket.
Yeah, they've been kind of on a cold streak. Hopefully that can spark something for the team.
Well, they were stuck at 15 for a long time.
And there's some good defense right there. Let's see if they can get another bucket right here and get something going.
There we go.
Warwick
Ooh,
in and out,
in and
no
out.
good. Battle for the rebound. That's Safkin.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. She's a good player.
Nice play.
Averaging 15 a game. It seems like she can kind of pull up for anywhere.
Raptors are really struggling against Hartford's pressure.
They might need a timeout here.
Yeah, looks
And
like a
we got
travel.
a
Yep.
travel.
All right. That counts.
Kazak with the travel.
Yeah, so as far as, points scored, I mean, the game that I went to in College Park, I mean, young ladies scored like 25 in the first half.
Oh, wow.
So that's why I'm asking. I'm like looking at the scoreboard and
It just depends. Some nights they can't miss.
Oh, wow. They're struggling a bit here.
Yeah, that turnover in the backcourt.
Yeah.
what was the call on that?
I missed it.
I think it was basically you didn't get past half court in a certain amount of time.
It was probably a
backcourt violation.
Yeah, backcourt violation.
Yeah, I mean, my last days in playing basketball, I think I fouled out.
First quarter?
I think I tried to slide tackle somebody.
Hey, well, that'll do it to you.
I got a little too heated, It was ironically, we were called the Dinosaurs.
Oh, another travel.
There's a travel.
Not quite the Raptors, but we were the Dinosaurs.
Is that because of age or?
You know, we just thought we were so funny and cool. There we go.
There's a long pass and a travel. Sitz made the reception, but she had to kind of lean for it and lost her balance and traveled. There's a steal. Dennis pushing it. Dennis from three. Off the rim, no good. Rebound.
Foul on the ground.
To Miller, and it was a foul. Foul is on Alvarado.
I'm telling you, these shoes are pretty impressive, though.
I know. That's one thing about basketball. I love the shoes, the colors, and then they got the two like mismatched, colorway going on. One black shoe, one white shoe.
What is going on there?
Yeah, I mean, hey.
That's been going on for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't do that, but I do like the bright color shoes. I think those are pretty cool.
Yeah, I got to say right now, Massenburg is winning the footwear competition with the bright pink ones.
I like those.
Yep.
Jordans as well.
I gotta step it up in the office. My Hey Dudes do not look this cool.
Oh, those are pink Jordans, I'm being told.
Yep, pink Jordans.
Moving the ball around. Hartford in a 2-3 zone. And we are almost at the end of the half. There's Massenburg for the bucket. Three-pointer. And thank you very much, Tommy, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
And thanks again. I hope we see you again this spring.
I hope I'm back. And just as a reminder, primary reason I was here is to talk about internships. Hughes, Holy Cross Health, if any students are interested, they can reach out. Happy to try to help.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
That's a great message for the students. Continue good luck with Pick MC.
Thank you.
We are at the half. The Raptors trailing by 10. And we will be back after our halftime activities.
How do you define Montgomery College? That's the wrong question. It's not how it's defined, it's who defines it.
This is a turning point. It's a moment to look to the future and reify your purpose.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, from early mornings to late nights, from the classroom to the workplace, with their families, their teammates, and when no one is watching. When our students declare to the world, "I am MC," they stand tall, backed by 1,000 experiences that have shaped them along the way, and alongside those who have walked the path with them.
There may have been moments of doubt when you were afraid by too much responsibility. Some of you have changed majors and found new inspiration. Through it, you have found the courage to surmount obstacles. If you are the first in your family to graduate, please stand up and say, "I am MC." If you earn a high school diploma and a college degree this spring, if you speak more than one language, if you are older than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent or a member of the Montgomery College graduating class, please stand up and say, "I am MC."
Those who embody our spirit don't just graduate and move on. Rather, they continue to represent us as the designers of change and the leaders that they've been the entire time. We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. It's that in our eyes, they've been inspiring us every step of the way.
Oftentimes, young people, especially young people of color, can be neglected by society at large. Graffiti culture has kind of a built-in mentor relationship. There's less bureaucracy. That's what keeps the culture invigorated. If we were just keeping these things secret into ourselves, we wouldn't be able to continue it. Spray paint's very immediate. It's something that I think is a more direct approach to making art, and that's where the opportunity lies. It's something that you can kind of walk down the street, local community centers, or just finding an artist. It's an opportunity to have a voice and to show your presence. So it gives another generation a chance to kind of learn those things and do what they want with them too. When people immigrate to a country, really all you can bring with you is your language, your recipes, and your traditions. A lot of times what happens is those things get left behind. My name is Danny Dubana. I'm one of the brothers behind Z&Z Manusha Bakery. The number one flavor is what we call our classic manusha, and that's topped with the za'atar. You mix it with olive oil and spread it on top of bread, and it has just a herby, tangy, kind of nutty flavor that always brings us back to just sitting at a communal table and sharing breakfast with people. It's important that we brought our family to the festival. They're the ones who literally passed on these foods to us. So many of our stories are told through food, so I think it's really important to people like us, the children of immigrants, who are looking for ways to preserve those connections, to share these recipes, and to tell these stories, and we hope to be able to do that for generations into the future.
Hi, I'm Hallelujah, a first-year business analytics student in the early college program at Montgomery College. I chose to come to MC because it's close to home, and both my brother and sister came here and loved it. The professors here are super supportive, and it's just a great place to learn and grow. I'm also part of the Investment Strategies Club, which was a great way to get involved. And I just won the Raptors Den competition, so I'm super excited to continue to build my project with the award. Honestly, being at MC is already a huge win for my future.
At Montgomery College, we offer an exceptional education that opens doors to transformative experiences, meaningful opportunities, and bright futures. Celebrated nationally for our outstanding graduation rates and impressive returns on investment, we deliver tangible results that underscore our deep commitment to student success. Our innovative curriculum prepares students to excel in vibrant, evolving fields such as biotechnology, healthcare, information technology, and skilled trades. At Montgomery College, life and learning go hand in hand. Our flexible schedules and comprehensive support empower students to succeed. Our dynamic college thrives as a community marked by inclusivity, collaboration, and mutual respect, inviting students to celebrate their diverse strengths and aspirations. At Montgomery College, every employee plays a role in student success. Guided by the care and expertise of dedicated faculty and staff, students build rewarding careers, achieve personal fulfillment, and accomplish extraordinary outcomes.
Every morning gives you a certain feeling. Like you have the potential to make something big happen.
The possibility of finding purpose. At Montgomery College, we're more than just learners.
We are the designers of our own tomorrows, building futures that didn't always feel possible.
Here, we're first-gen scholars, career switchers, and late-night learners.
We're parents, veterans, dreamers, and doers. Every day moving forward, not just in the classroom, but in the community.
And we're doing it together. From every background toward every future. Because when we rise, our communities rise with us. Our families grow stronger.
This isn't just a place to learn, it's a place to belong.
Where ambition takes flight.
Even though these are beautiful, our mission at MoCat is to teach and share our experiences. We are a student-led and student-bodied museum. We do pop-up exhibits to celebrate teen culture. I guess our message is really that identity is complex, and teen identity is especially it's ever-changing. So I would say this movement that MoCat has created has brought a lot more of just understanding and acceptance between people, and it also makes your life better to explore other people's cultures and respect other people.
When you see somebody from here with a cowboy hat, with a cowboy boots, you immediately know, or at least you think, oh, it's from Texas. And that's the same with the symbols that I use in this mural. You can tell, or somebody who knows, they can say, oh, these things looks like from Cherán. I incorporate these symbols just to teach where we come from and where we are right now as an indigenous group. The elements that I
Even though these are beautiful pieces of art, they're constructed in a way that if you put trucks and wheels on them, you can kick flip it, or you can, cruise down the road with it.
My name is Dior. I am a multidisciplinary artist, a skateboard instructress, and a youth advocate. I've always been around woodworking, cedar wood flutes, cedar wood, so I really feel this connection to the tree's life, before it became a skateboard, before it became a piece of lumber. Truly, when that wood's in front of me, it's alive still. It's still able to tell me how it wants to be used, how it wants to be decorated and adorned. I love doing commissions because it gives me kind of a look into other people's passions, their lives, their story, but they are trusting me to capture their vision and put it onto a skateboard, and I think that's pretty honorable, It's a skateboard, but it's a skateboard that I see a bit of my community and I see myself with, and I think that creates a lasting memory.
And welcome back to the Rockville campus of Montgomery College. Michael Brown alongside my partner, Andre Anderson. And that last video we saw was a video put together by a student here for the MC Video and Multimedia team. Genevieve Bonaticla is her name. And she actually, this was a student video. And she won a Capital Emmy Award in the Solo Storyteller category from the National Capital Chesapeake Bay chapter of the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Her winning video was called Skateboard Art Smithsonian Folklife Festival 2024. And every year, interns from MC Video and Multimedia work with the Smithsonian to cover the Smithsonian Folk Arts Festival, and they put together videos telling the story of whatever the theme is that year. And so Genevieve put this together, and she won an Emmy for it. So
she did.
Congratulations to her, and lucky us to have her on the team.
Yeah, she's great. I've actually spent some time over the years with Genevieve working with some of the interns. I actually was at that Smithsonian Folklife Festival that she recorded the video, edited, and it's great to see, to see what they're doing. They do excellent work, sometimes better than myself. Let's not put that out there. Yeah, but it's awesome. All of them are great. Genevieve, congratulations.
All right, well, we are joined by Ashley Latter, and Ashley is here tonight, of course, to honor Coach Gasquet on her 300th career win.
Yep.
Ashley played for Coach Gasquet just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just a couple.
I had the pleasure of covering Ashley when she played here, and she had one of the best three-point shots I've ever seen come out of Montgomery College. She was a three-point specialist all the way. It was great.
Thank you.
You also played softball, correct?
Yeah,
and soccer.
Yeah.
So she was a three-point star, or three-sport star.
Yes.
So Ashley, tell us how did you end up coming here? Was it because of Coach Gasquet?
Well, it's always because of Coach G, but also Licia, she messaged me and she was like, Coach G just got her 300th career win, and we'd love for you to come, celebrate her for the game that's on the 11th of February. And I was like, absolutely, anything Coach G, I'm there. It doesn't matter, if I have other plans, I will cancel them just to, be here, because, she's helped me in so many ways, and if I can just give back in any type of way, I will absolutely do it.
Well, I happen to know, because you and I have stayed in touch over the years, that you stay in touch with Coach Gasquet even this many years past her graduation.
Yeah, every year I wish her happy birthday. I always check in. She checks in with me, and we still remain that close bond.
So I know there are millions of memories, but if you had to pick one of your time with Coach Gasquet, what would it be?
It's got to be when, I made the team my first year in 2012. Her and Coach Mel pulled me into the office, and they let me know I made the team, and that was a big deal to me because I didn't make it in middle school. I did play in high school, but I never made it in middle school. So I was like, there's no way like I'm gonna make it in like college. And I mean, MC has a great team, and they had a great team like coming in. So I was like, I'm just gonna try because I mean, it doesn't hurt to do that, right? So when they told me I made the team, I hugged the both of them, and I was just like, "Are you sure? Like, is this for real?"
Yeah.
And then they were like, "What? Like, let us know what jersey you want, so like we can mark it as we're telling people who like made the team who didn't." And I let them know like I wanted number 10. And Coach Mel looks at Coach G, and I'm just like, "What's going on here?" And Coach G was like, "If you get that number, like you have to live up to it." And I was like, "Well, like what does that mean?" And Coach G wore that number for Duke.
Oh wow.
So a lot of people don't know that, but that like I just felt like very special to be able to wear that number. It meant a lot more than like what I thought it meant.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, from watching you play, you certainly lived up to the honor of wearing number 10.
Thanks so much, Mike.
And Ashley, we want to thank you for stopping by and sharing some memories with us. Always great to see you, and really glad that you were able to get here tonight to help Coach G celebrate.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, thanks so much for joining us.
No problem.
All right, so back to it. And we are well underway here in the second half. The Raptors have cut the lead to 10. Again, we want to thank Ashley Ladder for joining us. We're hoping to get a couple other former players to sit in with us because I've seen several here tonight.
Yeah, it's been a special night.
It's a very special night. 300, celebrating the 300th win for Coach Charlie Gasquet. So back to action. Real quick, you know, we didn't get a chance, Andre, because of our halftime activities, but I do want to point out the balance of scoring. It's kind of impressive there by Hartford. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 players with 6 points, and then a player with 5 and 3. That's excellent balance in the scoring column.
Yeah, I'm sure, it's always nice to have one player that scores 30 or 40, but if your whole team is balanced, everyone's sharing the ball, and everyone basically has the same amount of points, that's probably a coach's dream, to be honest.
Yeah, Goodsell, Nelson, Safkin, and Edmond all have 6. Kazak with 5, and Harris with 3. For the Raptors, Sinai Massenberg leads all scorers with 10. Followed by Amani Dennis, but then it kind of falls off after that.
Yeah, it was a little bit cold in the first half for some of the players, but this is a brand new half, and I believe that the Raptors can catch some heat. We're seeing right here what's going on. Dennis with the ball.
Well, they've trailed by 10 at half. They've got it down to 9, so it's just a process of chipping away at it. I think the other thing we do want to point out is that Hartford is shooting almost 40% from the field. They're shooting 38.2, whereas the Raptors are struggling at 27.3. So, frankly, in my opinion, that is the difference in the ball game.
Yeah, I mean, shots go in, you get points, you miss, you don't get any. And it seems like right now with that coaching for the Raptors, not doing too well. But Hartford, I mean, we were just talking about it. Evenly scoring by everybody, good defense as well. That's probably why they're up.
Well, and the Raptors do have 12 turnovers. So that hurts as well.
Yeah.
But I think if we're being totally honest about it, what hurts the most is the short bench for the Raptors.
Yeah, they have injuries like we mentioned at the beginning. I believe like 2 or 3 players are injured, and that messes up your chemistry a lot.
Well, 2 are out for the season, and there's a bucket. 2 are out for the season for the Raptors, and 2 are hurt but should be back soon. And, of course, getting those 2 players back will help quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Even with, like, fitness-wise, I mean, when you have less of a bench, that means you're playing more minutes, which is good. I mean, as a player, you want to play as much as you can, but you do get tired, So being able to sub out, get a quick 5-minute breather is crucial. With a small bench, you're not able to do that as much.
And this pressure from Hartford caused the Raptors a lot of problems. Oh, there's a bad pass.
Seems
And
like things are being forced.
It was forced. They were in danger of running a backcourt violation. Off the rim, no good. Dennis with the rebound.
Yeah, take their time here. Let's get a good shot, ladies.
They need a bucket. They started the half well, but they've sort of cooled off.
There it is.
Dennis wide open from 3, off the rim, no good. Battle for the rebound. It'll go to Hartford. Good hustle there by Warwick, but she couldn't run it down. Once again, if you're joining us late, at the start of the game, we had a ceremony honoring Raptors head coach Tarla Gasquet on her 300th career win.
What an incredible achievement.
And of course, you'll be able to watch this game on YouTube.
Yep.
It's live streaming right now, and it'll be on YouTube.
Yeah, and while you're, going to watch it live streamed on YouTube, why not go and follow Montgomery College on Instagram? Why not go and follow Montgomery College on TikTok, LinkedIn as well, X if you use it. If you don't, it's okay. But follow us everywhere. We create a lot of great content here at the college. We have a very good video multimedia team. They're cranking out amazing work every single day. Pictures as well. Carson Bryant, our photographer, takes amazing photos. And I'm sure that you will see something that you will like on our social media platforms.
Well, I happen to be sitting next to one of the top creators right here, Mr. Andre Anderson.
I'm okay. I'm not too bad.
An award-winning creator, I might add. Tell us about that, Andre. What was that award that you won recently?
Yeah, so recently I won the District 1 NCMPR, so the National Council for Marketing and PR, the Rising Star Award. So, I didn't even know that was a thing, to be quite honest, but won the award, and I'm, very grateful for that. But as I always say, it's not about the awards, I didn't even know it was a thing. I just do what I think needs to be done, and I also enjoy what I do, and I love it, to be honest. So I'm having a lot of fun on the way.
Well, you do a great job. The whole college social media team has really done great work over the last few years. And there's a foul. Looking at the fouls, the foul situation, the only player that's in somewhat of a foul problem is number 10, Sanaya Edmond for Hartford. Wow. She has 3 personals.
Yeah, that was a big bucket right there. I mean, Hartford's starting to take a huge lead.
Yeah, that's a big lead. And this is Carney Nelson. She's been very active out there, and she sinks it.
I think she has about 9 points or so right now.
She had 6 at the break.
Yeah.
And she's very aggressive out there on the defensive end as well. She's not taking any breathers on the defensive end. Hartford has played this 2-3 zone most of the night, and it's been effective. Nice baseline drive there.
It has. It's been hard. It seems like a lot of the MC's trying to find the ball down low. but they haven't really been able to, and that's why we've been seeing a lot of threes because they haven't been able to get the ball down low.
Well, Ty Warwick drove the baseline there and put it in. They'll cut the lead to 16. Raptors need a run. Don't forget, about 20 minutes after the conclusion of our women's game, we'll have the men's game coming up for you. The Raptors men take on the men's team from Hartford. Forward. Dennis, she tries the baseline, and she's fouled.
They just need to see the ball go through the net. That could start something.
Well, they're not shooting well from outside, so you might as well drive.
Yeah.
You might as well attack the basket because you got a good chance of picking up a foul regardless of what happens with the shot.
Exactly.
In and out.
And you got to make those free throws too.
Yeah, you do. She shoots 75% from the foul line. And she missed them both. Boy, they got to make those.
Yeah, they do. I mean,
but
there she goes. Back to the paint. Good spin move. Oh, man. But it was a great effort, though. I mean, you're missing shots, but at least you're playing some good defense.
There's that drive. Nice bucket by Edmond. That was a strong move.
It was. It really was.
Sanaya Edmond, and now with the steal. And the dish to Safkin. Boy, Edmond taking over the game right here.
There we go with a timeout from the Raptors.
Got a timeout on the floor, and the Raptors trailing. You know, we had so much going on at the beginning of the game with the ceremony and the lineups and everything. I neglected, it's my fault, to introduce the head coach for Hartford, and that is Marvin Evans. His assistant is Jennifer Hahn. And Marvin, this is his second year at Hartford. He's also been at Howard and at Anne Arundel, so he knows Maryland JUCO basketball very well. And once again for the Raptors, head coach Tarla Gasquet, of course. Her assistants are Pat Carden. Pat has been with Tarla for a very long time. And of course, Pat's kind of a lifelong Montgomery College guy. Okay. Pat played during his college days, which was probably a couple of years ago.
Oh, wow. Whoa. Look
there
at
he
this.
is. At number 25, there he is, Pat Carden. Number 25.
Wow.
He's still sporting the beard.
I like that. Wait, maybe I should do something like
there
this.
There he is when he played at Tacoma Park. And this was back in the days when the Raptors had a team on each of their campuses.
That is incredible.
So Pat has been with the Raptors in one way or shape or form for many years, and he's been assistant under Tyler for, I don't know, I'm going to guess 15 of her 20 years.
Oh wow! Shout out Pat.
Her other assistants are Henry Graves, Alexis Campbell, and then another former Raptor, Armani Lomax. Armani was an excellent player under Coach Gasquet. She was on that 2018 team that went to the national championships.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Okay.
And then she went on and played at a four-year school, Wiley in Texas. Great scorer, great shooter, great passer. just a leader.
Yeah, she can do a little bit of everything, huh?
She's one of those players, if you needed a bucket,
yeah, you go to
that's
her.
who you got the ball to.
Nice.
Armani Lomax. So a lot of MC on that bench over there for the Raptors. A lot of MC grads and people with long ties to the college.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those places, you know, like as a player or as a student, a lot of people seem to hang around and stick around, but it's because of what MC does, you know, for you when you're here. It's a lot more than just a school, you know. I mean, education is great, but the camaraderie that the students have with each other, faculty and staff are always so nice to everyone, so you feel at home, you feel welcomed here, and this is a place that people, they graduate and they come right back in some sort of way.
So here we are. Raptors really need to get on the board here, really need to get it going as time is running down here in the third quarter. Raptors have been held to just 6 points so far in the third quarter.
Great pass. So at this point, okay, say you're Coach G, right? It's 20 points, they're down by 20. Now, there isn't much you can say for them to score. You can't score 20-point bucket. What would you tell your team at this point, down by, now it's 22, to at least keep them engaged in the game?
Well, one thing is for sure, they're not going to stop playing hard.
Yeah.
I mean, because if they do, they won't be out there very long.
Yep. Very
so true. they're gonna play for pride. They're gonna play for improvement. They're gonna play to work on things that haven't worked for them or that they need to work on. You know, they might try to change it up defensively. But Hartford is just rolling right now.
Yeah, man, they're a very good team. They're in sync with one another. I mean, the passes I want to compliment most about anything. Yes, they're scoring, but I also want to say the way that they're moving the ball. I mean, look at these passes.
Well, and their defense is really fueling the offense.
Yeah.
The Raptors just haven't been able to handle the pressure. A lot of turnovers off pressure. And I really think that's been the difference. That and, well, we'll find out what the third quarter shooting percentages are in just a minute or two. I think the Raptors are a little tired at this moment, too.
Yeah.
Again, that's the shorter bench. Tarla really only has 2 players to go to on the bench. And that's not enough.
No, I mean, like I said, I mean, I was an athlete myself, and I loved playing. I wish I could play the whole game if I could, but you do at some point get a little tired, especially in basketball. I mean, you're running, it's a sprint, up and down, up and down. You're going to get a little winded, and you're going to need some water.
Well, and Hartford likes to push the ball.
Yeah.
Here they come again. They're not walking the ball up the court. There's Safkin off the mark. Good sell. Three-pointer, no good. Rebound to Massenburg for the Raptors. I mean, you can only get back into it a basket at a time. That is the end of the third quarter, and the Raptors are trailing 52-28. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the fourth quarter after this.
MC is defined by those who put in the work. The paths we took have been unique, but we come together with one shared mission.
If you are the first in your family to graduate, if you speak more than one language, if you are more than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent, please stand up and say, I am MC.
We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. They've been inspiring us every step of the way.
All right, and welcome back to the Rockville campus of Montgomery College. Michael Brown alongside my partner, Andre Anderson, and we are joined by another former Raptor, another player who was lucky. Okay.
Wow,
She was a Raptor. We talked about that earlier in the game.
I was the last night.
She was on the last night's team. Well, there you go. Anyway, this is Shaniqua Barnes. Shaniqua played here at Montgomery College from 2010 until 2012, and of course you played for Coach Gasquet.
Yes.
Did Coach Gasquet recruit you? Was she the reason that you came here?
Yes, absolutely. I knew nothing about Montgomery County before I came to Montgomery College. I'm from PG County.
Okay.
So I could have easily went to PG Community College because that's literally 2 minutes down the street from my house. But yes, Coach G is the reason why I came to Montgomery College. She recruited me from one of my AAU games. So yes, without Coach G, I don't think I would be playing college ball.
Wow. So I know you probably have a lot of memories of playing for her.
It's so
do you have one or two that stand out as the most memorable?
On the court, I would say maybe the most memorable would be probably our Minnesota game when we went to nationals in Minnesota. It was a lot. It was very competitive and stuff. Actually, also another memorable game would be when we played at the Verizon Center. We played PG County at the Verizon Center. And yeah, that was a pretty memorable game.
So you were on that team that went to Minnesota. You were on the team with Jamila Thalley and with Ashley Ladder.
No, Ashley played after me. She was a Raptor. So me and Jamila were the last nights, and then Miller became a Raptor.
That's right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I went on that trip.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
I went on that trip. So let me ask you this, and then I'm going to let you go. Andre just asked me, Raptors are losing pretty solidly.
Yeah.
What's going on in the huddle with Coach G if you're trailing like this?
Honestly, they just have to run. They're not running. They're getting too tired, too fast. They're not running the floor, and they're not shooting. They're trying to do too many dribble layups, and you can't get in there because they just keep blocking it. So you have to be confident in your shot because that's all they're doing. Hartford is just shooting the lights out right now.
Yeah, Hartford's playing some pretty tough defense.
Yeah.
And the pressure is bothering the Raptors.
Yes.
Yeah.
We just got to run. We're playing their speed when we need to play our speed. Everything is not fast. You got to play your speed because when you play slow, like for a fast team like this, it's going to slow them down because they're not used to playing slow.
And it might frustrate them.
Yeah, and it might frustrate because it's like we're used to go, and we're going so slow. And I don't know. It's all here. You gotta get in their head. They get in our heads right now.
Yeah. and what is Coach G like in the huddle when you're trailing like this?
Oh, you don't want to be in that huddle. You don't want to be in that huddle when we're trailing like this, and Coach G's like, it's not a good look. Like Coach G, she's a hard coach. Like trailing like this is not good. She don't like it, and at this point, it's just like, just go play ball. Because at this point, it's like she don't have nothing to say to you right now because she can't come out here and play for us. We have to play for ourselves. We have to want it.
Yeah.
And that's what our Raptors right now need to get that through their head. Like, you have to want this game.
Well, Shaniqua, thanks so much. That was great insight there. And we appreciate you stopping by and chatting with us and sharing some of your memories of Coach Gasquet.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. We love Coach G. On behalf of the last Lady Knights, Coach G is the best.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. That was a nice inside look there.
It was. So what I heard many things, but I'm just glad I'm not in that huddle.
Yeah, I think we're both glad we're not in that huddle. But yeah, I remember that trip to Minnesota.
Yeah, how was that?
That was one of the first trips. It might have been the first trip I ever took with an MC team to nationals. I'm pretty sure it was. And man, was it cold.
Oh, I bet.
But the Raptors played very well.
Yeah.
Very well. They won their first game. They should have won their second game. They lost in the last minute of the second game. But they played their hearts out in that tournament.
Is it, I mean, it might have changed now, but is it like a bracket? Is it like a March Madness style? Like one and done? Or is it, oh, you said no, they played multiple games. So is it like a bracket style? Like how is it?
It was, if you lose, you're out.
Okay, so it was like the March Madness one and done.
So
Okay.
when they lost, they had to go home.
Okay.
But they did win their first game. They almost won that second game.
Yeah.
They had some injuries in that first game. One player in particular who is here tonight. I don't know if she's going to stop by or not, but she was so exhausted after the game, they practically packed her in ice. I mean, she gave every ounce of everything she had.
That's what Raptors do. Oh, actually, that's what Knights do.
That's what Knights do. 'Cause
And
back
Raptors.
then it was the Knights.
Yeah.
All right, so Hartford rolling along here. I don't see anything that's going to get in their way here in the last 6 minutes of the ball game.
Yeah, no, I think they're pretty clear to take this one home. But for MC, I mean, all we can just hope is that they're going to keep fighting. And I know they will. We see them running. They're trying to get back. But that's all you can do in this situation.
And, you know, we were talking about the short bench and how tired a team gets when the bench is that short. And I think the proof is in the pudding. The Raptors are shooting just over 22% from the floor. And a lot of that is just fatigue.
Yeah.
Hartford is shooting 40% from the field. So that's the difference of the game in a nutshell.
Yeah. It's been a long one for the Lady Raptors. I mean, you're gonna get tired, and when you get tired, then you don't have your legs under you to shoot.
That's
You're
right.
gonna shoot the ball maybe a little short, maybe a little too long, but it's okay. It's okay. It's one game, and they can keep fighting with this one. They can recover. They're gonna get some players back soon as well from injury, which is gonna help.
Yeah, we talked to Coach G about that before the game, and she's expecting 2 of her injured players back. She was hoping they'd be back for tonight's game, but they're going to hold them out till the weekend. Raptors have next play on Valentine's Day. And I'm sure, Andrea, that you have spared no expense preparing for your better half for Valentine's Day. Am I correct?
Oh, man.
What?
It's a good thing that we got paid recently, because I'm going to take her out. I'm not giving out all my details. Well, we're going to go to a nice, like a show and have dinner. And then we're going to go home and we're going to relax. I usually go to bed like 9 o'clock, so hopefully I can stay up pretty late. But it should be a nice night.
Excellent. I'm glad that you hadn't forgotten about it. Because that causes problems.
Oh, yes, I know.
Yeah.
And all the problems I already caused, I can't have no more room for any more.
Sanai Edmond gets 2. She's headed to the free throw line for an opportunity to actual.
So Sanaya Edmond is on the foul line. She's had an excellent game. Sanaya is from Paint Branch High School. One of really the only player on the Hartford roster from Montgomery County. Warwick
Oh.
It just won't go.
Yeah, there's a lid on the hoop today.
Boy, that is for sure. That was a nice move. It was a good shot. There's a three off the mark. Rebound stays at the Hartford end. Hartford moves the ball around well.
They do. They have good ball handlers as well.
And this is everything by Harris. 4 minutes to go in the game. Don't forget, 20 minutes after the conclusion of this one, we'll have the men's half of the doubleheader. Looking forward to that one. Talk about a fast-paced game. We've got two teams coming into that one, both averaging right around 90 points a game.
Yeah, they're going to be up and down all game, and I'm sure we're going to see a couple high-flying slam dunks, some alley-oops. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
And I'm looking forward to that game because an old friend of mine is now the head coach of the Raptors men's team, Quinnen Jr. Blackman. I've known Junior as long as I've known Tarla Gasquet.
Really? There's how do you know him?
When I first started covering Montgomery College sports, Junior was the assistant coach under Steve Hobson. Of the Raptors men's team.
He was actually Steve Hobson is
the winningest coach in the history of Montgomery College.
I think he was my high school
history teacher.
He was my at Magruder High School.
Yes.
He was my high school history teacher.
He taught history at Magruder High School. My daughter also had him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, Rachel Patton.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was like, wait.
Yeah.
That sounds like my history teacher. Wow, shout out Mr. Hobson.
You might have been in the same class with Rachel. You're about the same age.
Oh, okay. Probably. I was probably in the back acting up, but, it's all good.
That's way off the mark. 3:49 left in the ball game. Raptors with a little pressure, but Hartford handles it. Edmonds, boy, she is. Edmond has 14 for the game. Leading scorer, however, is Carney Nelson with 18 for Hartford.
Shooting.
And Edmond and Kazak both have 14.
Yeah, Carney Nelson shooting 8 for 11.
Yeah. Carney Nelson, 8 for the 11 from the field. That's excellent.
Yeah, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks.
And there are 5 players on the Hartford team in double figures, led by Nelson. For the Raptors, leading scorer is Massenberg with 14, and Amani Dennis has 9, Sisk 5. Rebounding, however, Amani Dennis leads everybody, both teams with 11. So again, don't want to forget, 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game, Raptors men's team will take on the men's team from Hartford. We've got Edmond bringing the ball up the floor.
She has really good handles.
She does. She can go either way, left or right. She's strong, aggressive. Neither team has shot particularly well from 3. But overall, Hartford is shooting 40% from the field, the Raptors 24%. And there's a 3 for Nelson. as she adds to her game-leading total. She's over 20 now, has 21 points. Up high. Dennis, open, off. Ahead to Dennis.
Wow.
Carney Dennis has just had quite a game.
She has. And the shooting percentage is through the roof.
Massenberg has it knocked away. Foul. Foul is on Dinkins. But it's not a shooting foul. It's only the second foul of the quarter for Hartford. Raptors.
Oh,
with
wow. And they turn over. She dropped the ball.
Oh, my goodness. That's just a lack of concentration. But she steals it right back. There you go. And she's fouled. She'll go to the line.
There you go.
That's Ty Warwick. So she made up for that. Ty is a freshman out of Holy Name Convent.
Yeah, she's actually from Trinidad.
Raptors with a heavily freshman team. Just 3 sophomores on the team. But Hartford also very young.
That's always good for their coaches, having freshmen. I mean, it's always good to have the sophomore leadership. But the problem with that is obviously they leave, and then you got to rebuild the team.
Yep. Well, that's the story of 2-year schools. You're constantly rebuilding.
Yeah, always. So if you can get a gem as a freshman, have him for 2 seasons, that's like the ideal way to go.
Yeah. If you can keep them for 2 years, it solves a lot of headaches. Just about. Well, we got a foul with 32 seconds to go. Makes them both. Massenberg with the putback. Under 20 seconds now. Hartford just walking it up. First time they've walked it up all night.
Yeah, I know. They've been going fast-paced the whole game.
Safkin just going to run the clock off. And that is the ball game. Final score from the Rockville campus of Montgomery College, the Hartford Community College Owls 82, the Raptors 43. And now, don't forget, we're going to take a quick break here, but coming up 20 minutes after the conclusion, well, 20 minutes from now, because we're at the conclusion. 20 minutes from now, we'll have the men's half of the doubleheader, so stick with us. Don't go away. We'll see you in a few minutes.
I'm an immigrant from Pakistan, navigating the new environment, education system. It was totally different from my education system. Montgomery College helped me develop my confidence because of its welcoming and diverse environment.
I just came from Ghana in 2022. I was looking for a college that was in my budget, something that wasn't going to put me in debt.
I have always looking for a place where I can build a strong foundation in engineering, and Montgomery College have given me the opportunity. It is affordable, support diverse, and have so many resources that have helped me just not grow personally, but also academically.
I was looking for a strong foundation in cybersecurity, and MC offered the blend of academic excellence, hands-on learning, and affordability.
I was born and raised in Panama, and 2 years ago I was still working and living in Panama. I just wanted something that was affordable that I could study at. So in Montgomery College had a major that specializes, has a cybersecurity lab, and also specializes as a very well-developed cybersecurity program. So I knew that Montgomery College was the right choice for me.
I'm an immigrant student. I didn't go to high school here in America. And when me and my family moved here, I really didn't think I was gonna be able to go get a higher education. And I got here, I really liked the people here. My advisor was really nice. He walked me through how to get to a 4-year university after finishing my 2 years here, and I realized I could get an education, so that's why I chose Montgomery College.
I grew up in Montgomery County. The reputation of Montgomery College just precedes itself. I was super excited to go ever since I was in high school.
My long-term goal is to work for the federal government for the cybersecurity because I want to contribute to the security of our country and critical infrastructure.
My goal is to become a mechanical engineering and use my skills to contribute to the United States.
I want to become a lawyer, specifically a patent lawyer, so tax lawyer.
I'm hoping to transfer into an anthropology program at a 4-year school. I'm super excited about everything anthropology, whether it's research or field work or anything.
I just want to help out in teaching English and in cybersecurity in Latin American countries.
I plan on being an accountant, specifically working in auditing. My main goal is to create my own firm and will employ more immigrants in the future too. MC really opened my eyes to the future.
I'm an immigrant from Pakistan, navigating the new environment, education.
Before coming to Montgomery College, I didn't know I was going to pursue higher education. I thought I was going to work in fast food or retail, and none of my friends decided to pursue higher education, so I was definitely alone in my journey. The resources that helped me thrive academically here at Montgomery College was the ACES program, which helps the students in Montgomery County pursue higher education, and also the Mi Gente Learning Community Program that is ran by Professor Penn that helps Latino students pursue business in Montgomery College. After transferring to the University of Maryland, I now have the opportunity to mentor and guide other students with the resources and connections I gained here at Montgomery College. I hope my story can inspire students to pursue higher education because it's changed my life for the better.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, and MC students do. We don't just begin to be inspired by those students after graduation, they inspire us every step of their journey.
I'm dancing till the sun comes up. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up.
At Montgomery College, we offer an exceptional education that opens doors to transformative experiences, meaningful opportunities, and bright futures. Celebrated nationally for our outstanding graduation rates and impressive returns on investment, we deliver tangible results that underscore our deep commitment to student success. Our innovative curriculum prepares students to excel in vibrant, evolving fields such as biotechnology, healthcare, information technology, and skilled trades. At Montgomery College, life and learning go hand in hand. Our flexible schedules and comprehensive support empower students to succeed. Our dynamic college thrives as a community marked by inclusivity, collaboration, and mutual respect, inviting students to celebrate their diverse strengths and aspirations. At Montgomery College, every employee plays a role in student success. Guided by the care and expertise of dedicated faculty and staff, students build rewarding careers, achieve personal fulfillment, and accomplish extraordinary outcomes.
Every morning gives you a certain feeling. Like you have the potential to make something big happen.
The possibility of finding purpose. At Montgomery College, we're more than just learners.
We are the designers of our own tomorrows, building futures that didn't always feel possible.
Here, we're first-gen scholars, career switchers, and late-night learners.
We're parents, veterans, dreamers, and doers. Every day moving forward, not just in the classroom, but in the community.
And we're doing it together. From every background toward every future. Because when we rise, our communities rise with us. Our families grow stronger.
This isn't just a place to learn. It's a place to belong.
Where ambition takes flight.
MC is defined by those who put in the work. The paths we took have been unique, but we come together with one shared mission.
If you are the first in your family to graduate, if you speak more than one language, if you are more than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent, please stand up and say, I am MC.
We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. They've been inspiring us every step of the way.
Even though these are beautiful pieces of art, they're constructed in a way that if you put trucks and wheels on them, you can kick flip it or you can, cruise down the road with it. My name is Dior. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, a skateboard instructress, and a youth advocate. I've always been around woodworking, cedar wood flutes, cedar wood, so I really feel this connection to the tree's life, before it became a skateboard, before it became a piece of lumber. Truly, when that wood's in front of me, it's alive still able to tell me how it wants to be used, how it wants to be decorated and adorned. I love doing commissions because it gives me kind of a look into other people's passions, their lives, their story, but they are trusting me to capture their vision and put it onto a skateboard, and I think that's pretty honorable, It's a skateboard, but it's a skateboard that I see a bit of my community and I see myself with, and I think that creates a lasting memory.
How do you define Montgomery College? That's the wrong question. It's not how it's defined, it's who defines it.
This is a turning point. It's a moment to look to the future and reify your purpose.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, from early mornings to late nights, from the classroom to the workplace, with their families, their teammates, and when no one is watching. When our students declare to the world, "I am MC," they stand tall, backed by 1,000 experiences that have shaped them along the way, and alongside those who have walked the path with them.
There may have been moments of doubt when you were frayed by too much responsibility. Some of you have changed majors and found new inspiration. Through it, you have found the courage to surmount obstacles. If you are the first in your family to graduate, please stand up and say, "I am MC." If you earned a high school diploma and a college degree this spring, if you speak more than one language, if you are older than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent or a member of the Montgomery College graduating class, please stand up and say, "I am MC."
Those who embody our spirit don't just graduate and move on. Rather, they continue to represent us as the designers of change and the leaders that they've been the entire time. We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. It's that in our eyes, they've been inspiring us every step of the way.
And welcome back to the Rockville campus of Montgomery College for Game 2 of the doubleheader tonight between the Montgomery College Raptors and the Fighting Owls from Hartford Community College. Once again, this is being brought to you by the MC Video and Multimedia team. I'm Michael Brown, alongside my partner, Andre Anderson. Andre, we had a disappointing opener for the MC Raptors women's team. We're hoping to see the men's team bounce back in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Montgomery College men's team is a high-flying, high-scoring team, a lot of energy and electricity, and I think they're going to bring it today.
Well, we shall see. We've got the starters for the Raptors. Number 0, Ian Pascal. There's Ian. And then number 1, Christopher Levy. Number 2, Osman Mansari. Number 5, Jordan Mchetta. And number 24, Joshua Switzer. Those are the starters for the Raptors. The starters for Hartford. Number 1, Roy Palmer is out there. Number 3, Tony Pope. 22, Israel Basenji. Number 30, Trayvon Morgan. And I'm missing somebody.
Number 11.
Number 11, Junior Tutawan. Head coach for Hartford is Solomon Zurer. His assistants are Anthony Bennett, Jaden Williams, and Mario Scott. Head coach for the Raptors, Quinton Jr. Blackman. His assistants are Paul Thoringer and Jamal Schools. And we are underway. Raptors with the ball. They're in white. Hartford in black. Ooh, shot up, rolls around, didn't fall.
There we go.
But there's the follow-up. So the Raptors quickly on top, 2-0.
Nice little jump shot there by Levy to start it off.
Tony Pope brings the ball up the floor for Hartford. Raptors in a man-to-man defense to start things off. And there's a battle for the rebound. It's going to be a jump ball. And it'll stay at the Hartford end. Our officials for our second game tonight are Jacob Long, Jeff Salad, and Joel Franklin. Raptors with the steal. This is Pascal, leading scorer, and he glides to the hoop.
What a player. I mean, we saw him recently receive a, here's a replay right here, but easy layup to the basket. But we saw him receive Player of the Month honors recently. And we know he's a versatile scorer and defensive player as well.
Yeah, he just blocked a shot. Pascal averages 25.1 points per game and 6.4 rebounds. Inbound is Tony Pope to Trayvon Morgan. Pass inside, and he overpowers it. Bucket by Tutawan. Raptors facing a little pressure.
Good pass.
Nice pass inside, and an easy bucket for Mchetta. Jordan Mchetta, freshman out of Seneca Valley High School, 6'9". Ooh. That's going to be a foul and a chance for a three-point play.
Yeah, what a bucket. That was a, they call that a grown man bucket.
That is, yeah. And that'll put Junior Tutawan on the line. Now, he is a transfer from Frostburg State.
Oh, okay. 4-year college.
A 4-year school, and as a matter of fact, there are 2 transfers from 4-year schools on this roster. Tony Pope is also from Frostburg. So, interesting.
Yeah. You see that quite often at the 2-year level. Players going to a 4-year, possibly their first year, as I did when I played soccer, actually.
There's a steal. Morgan. He loses it. Raptors pick it up. Raptors up 6-5 early going, as you were saying.
Yeah, but you see it, a lot at the 2-year level. Players, for numerous reasons, at the 4-year level maybe come back after playing a year. They still have that year of eligibility, and they play the 2-year level and, maybe get the grades up, maybe get your points up, or whatever it is. Maybe you're just coming home.
Didn't get enough playing time.
Exactly. And that's, in cases like that as well, I would always tell an athlete, that's a smart decision. Don't think it's a regression. That's actually progression. You get to go, play, and, catapult you to the next level.
Here's Christopher Levy on the line. There are 3 players on the Raptors roster from Hialeah Academy in Florida. Yeah, Pascal, Christopher Levy, who's on the line, and also number 3, Isaiah Renaud, who's not in the game at the moment. I'm sure he'll get some playing time. He averages 9.5 points a game.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
There's a power move. No call. And Hartford will take it out into their own basket. Now, men's basketball, as opposed to women's basketball, play 20-minute halves, no quarters.
I always found it a little bit odd where, they don't both just do the same thing.
It used to be that they did, and it was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago they changed to the quarter system for the women's game, and I still don't understand it.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd also think that, at the college level, high school level, you would train the players to do what the pros do. So if they're playing quarters, you would do quarters. If you're doing halves, you do halves. But what do I know? Not much.
Pascal had it stolen, and there's a bucket by Jacoby Harper, who is checked in for Hartford. A couple of substitutions. Number 20 coming in for Hartford, Theo Hess.
So I think you had you were telling me earlier, you had a nice story about the head coach of the men's basketball team at Montgomery College?
Well, yes. The head basketball coach, and he's in his first year as head coach here, is Quinnen, and everybody calls him Junior.
Okay.
Blackman. When I first started covering athletics here at Montgomery College, Quinnen was an assistant coach under legendary head coach Steve Hobson.
Yeah, who was my high school history teacher.
Right. And Steve is the winningest all-time coach in the history of Montgomery College. And Junior was his longtime assistant. And I got to know Junior very well, interviewed him many, many times. He's a wonderful guy, just a great human being. And I'm so glad to see him back here as the head coach. He's been all around in Maryland JUCO.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he coached at Frederick for a few years. He coached at Howard for a few years. There's a nice bucket there by Ebcheta. He just powered that one in.
Oh, yeah, and he's a tall guy as well.
But Junior is just he's just a wonderful guy. He gives his all. Focuses on academics, but he's an excellent X's and O's basketball coach. And we've got timeout on the floor. So we're going to keep it right here. Raptors with an early lead, 15-9, and looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. They start off well. I mean, what is that, up by 6 if my math is correct? I'm pretty good at math, by the way. So up by 6, a lot of energy and a lot of, like I said before, those grown man buckets down below, shoulders into the chest of their opponent, and kind of going up there and getting the bucket.
Well, they're off to a good start, and I know that's important to Coach Blackman. He's got a bit of a short bench. He's had, like everybody, he's had to deal with some injuries. But he's got the team playing well. They come into this one with a record of 11-10. Hartford comes in with a record of 14-12. So pretty even in that respect. But anyway, Junior has been around Maryland JUCO basketball for well over 20, probably 30 years now.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, because he started as an assistant here in, I believe, 97 or 98.
Okay.
And he was assistant, like I said, for years under Steve Hobson. And then when he retired, then Junior moved on. But he's always been around.
Yeah.
You know?
I've seen him around a lot. I've seen him around a lot.
It would be a rare basketball season for me not to see Junior at one time or another.
Yeah. So he's always been an MC guy.
Yeah. And we just pick right up like we talked yesterday.
Yeah.
You know.
Those are always some good friends,
Yeah,
the ones you don't need to.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
One of my favorite people. So we're back to action. Raptors on top. Got off to a nice start. And there's a turnover.
I saw what he was trying to do. A little bit too much there, but not a bad intention.
Raptors make some substitutions now. Number 13, Adrian Amaya is in the ball game. Number 4, Amin El-Bouzawi is in the lineup now. Number 11, Mohamed Lowe is in. Number 3, Isaiah Renaud, who we mentioned earlier, is in. So he pretty much, except for Ian Pascal, Coach Blackman has, basically turned over his lineup.
And that's something that I know Coach G in the first game wished that she could have done. With her injuries, wasn't the case, but you're seeing how crucial that is to have a deep bench.
3 from the corner there by Fonatia. Elijah Fonatia for Hartford. Shot off the rim, no good.
Oh,
in and out. Battle for the ball. Hartford comes out with it. Nice pass. Nice pass by Donovan Peterson. This will be a high-intensity game.
Yeah, it is. I'm already tired, and I'm not even playing.
Hartford comes in averaging 80.5 points per game. The Raptors come in averaging 86.4 points per game. We have a good crowd tonight. It's Spirit Night. Isn't that correct, Andre?
It is.
What kind of things are they doing tonight?
Well, you can't ever. You know what? I'm going to start with the free food. Who doesn't love some free food? So we have the popcorn, snow cones, some free pizza as well.
Well, that explains the line.
Yes.
In the lobby.
Yes.
Okay.
I was a part of that line. I was like, can I get some, please? But the pizza was there. A lot of great MC swag. They had T-shirts, pom-poms, clappers, raffles at halftime, which is actually going to be a raffle at this halftime as well. So unfortunately, if you are not here, you won't be able to win the raffle. But it's going to be an MC lawn chair and a T-shirt.
An MC lawn chair.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm retired. I think I should have one of those.
Hey, I mean, I am nowhere near retirement, but I would still love one as well. all those good times outside. Hopefully, is summer going to be a thing this year with all this cold? Is that a thing anymore for us? I don't know what's going on.
I know. I mean, they brought me out of the mothballs to bring me back here today. And so that lawn chair may have my name on it.
Well, I'll tell you this. During the, I guess I'm not going to call it a, oh, wow.
Ooh.
You won't call it a blizzard.
Big time blop, they call a foul.
Yeah, but the time that we had the snow, one more time, let's check this out.
Oh, he got him.
Yeah, that's a foul.
He earned that foul.
Oh, yeah. But all that snow we had a couple weeks ago, I didn't go outside for like 4 or 5 days.
You and me both, buddy. The older I get, the colder I get.
Oh, yeah, and the knees, right?
Oh, my goodness. Good look here at number 24, Donovan Peterson. He's a freshman out of Severn, Maryland. Can't go any further without complimenting the production team here from the MC Video and Multimedia team. This is quite a crew. They do a great job, and I'm very privileged to be back here, joining my buddy Andre Anderson and just admiring the work, the technical brilliance of the video and multimedia team.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to call them the VMT.
VMT.
The VMT.
Oh!
There's the putback by Tudawan. I'm sorry, by Mohamed Lowe. Oh, look at that. That was a little too unselfish.
We got a little
Fada Abdallah, he might have been better off taking that shot himself. I understand what he was trying to do, and he was going for the spectacular.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Hartford has cut the lead to 2. So, there's a block by Lowe. Mohamed Lowe is 6'6" out of Gaithersburg High School.
Yeah, he's a good block right there and a slam dunk, both ends of the court. Gaithersburg.
Isaiah Renaud inbounding it. He's another one of those Hialeah Academy recruits for the Raptors. Way outside, off the mark. Nice rebound and put back by Renaud.
I love the energy that the Raptors are playing with so far.
Comes a drive.
Ooh.
And that's going to count. And Elijah Fonatia will go to the foul line after this timeout. And
media timeout.
This is a media timeout. So we're going to keep it right here.
For the viewers that are just tuning in, can we talk about how spectacular Coach G's her 300th win ceremony was earlier on?
Well, yeah. For those that missed it, it will be available on our YouTube channel, the Montgomery College YouTube channel.
Yep.
The Raptors YouTube channel.
Yep.
It was a beautiful ceremony, and here's the highlight from it. When she saw that her family was here, she just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly incredible. Her family was here, surprised. This whole thing was a surprise for her. She didn't know that, the college was recognizing her for such an amazing achievement. So many people care about her. She cares about so many people, and she deserves every single, bit of what happened today.
I mean, I've known Charla since she got the job, since before she got the job. She was the assistant here for the women's team. And it's, you know, it's perseverance, it's dedication, it's fighting through a lot of things, tight budgets, the bureaucracy.
Yep.
Not so much of Montgomery College, but of the NJCAA and Maryland JUCO. And, you know, she's just a calm, even-tempered person. Yeah, don't get me wrong. She can light it up when she needs to. But she cares about her players so much. There was a video shown during the ceremony, which again you can see if you and we're going to show that at halftime, I'm told. So, which would be great because it's a beautiful video. And when she saw her family, she just she lost it.
Yeah, I would too. It's all the support from the family is.
Well, her brother is here all the way from Liberia for this moment.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
So, wow. Yeah. When she turned around and saw her family, she had no idea they were here. And her grandchildren were holding a sign. Each one had a placard, 3-0-0.
Yep.
And that was really something.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate again, 300 wins. We can't discount, yes, they were losses, but the amount of games that she coached just in general. You know, to win 300, you had to coach at least 500, 600. I mean, some people coach 800 games and honestly might not even get to 300 wins. So it's
300
incredible.
wins in 20 years as head coach. 20 years as head coach. So do the math. You do it because I can't do it.
I'm going to do it off air because on air I might get it wrong.
Well, I don't have enough fingers and toes. All right, back to action.
3-ball.
And nice one. Nice one there by Abdallah.
Oh, that's travel.
Yeah, and he traveled. Raptors have some good size out there.
They do.
Beautiful.
It's all in that form, that three-point form. The Raptors are playing really well so far, and it's really good to see. They seem connected.
They do. And they're playing at a nice pace, I think.
They are.
Ooh, jump hook didn't fall. And Machado tried the jump hook. Oh, there's a hustle play there by number 3, Tony Pope. Couldn't quite get it. Good look at Quinnen Jr. Blackman. Everybody calls him Junior. He's in his first year as head coach, but as I said, it's like he's always been here.
Yeah.
Because you would see Junior here, even if he weren't coaching, you know.
Just be around.
He would just come to a game. He stays in touch with everybody.
That's awesome. That's part of that, like that mentorship that Coach G was talking about. You know, like it's more than just being out here and coaching basketball. It's about connecting with the students.
Ooh, nice play.
Yeah, connecting with the students and you know, really just helping them grow.
Well, that was another thing that Coach Gasquet said in the pregame ceremony is that she's always looked at it as being a mentor. She sees that as her number one goal and objective as a coach.
Yeah.
Nice drive.
Pascal.
He's been a little quiet, but the Raptors are happy. They're up by 9. They're spreading it around. And there's Pascal beating the defense. As soon as I say he's been a little quiet, he hits 2 straight buckets.
I think he heard you.
Yeah. I said, what do you mean I'm a little quiet? There's a drive.
Ooh.
And nice tip by Trayvon Morgan.
Yeah, he's been working down low. Morgan has, I think, the last couple of buckets for Hartford. Ooh.
Wow, what a move by Jordan Emacheta. A swooping scoop across the lane. That was a thing of beauty. He's got long arms and long legs. And we're going to take another look at that one. Beautiful. Great shot, too. And we get a good look at Junior Blackman in the huddle. And Andre and I are joined by Ezra Pine. Ezra is the head of the alumni program here at Montgomery College. What's your actual title?
So I'm the alumni specialist, along with our alumni director, Steve Robinson. With me and him, we head our alumni association, all of our alumni programming at the college.
And you're relatively new to this position, correct?
Relatively new, yeah. I've been in the role for a little over a year and a half, but I am a lifelong Montgomery County native, and I didn't attend Montgomery College myself, but I have a lot of love for the place, and I love sports too, so psyched to be here for Raptor Spirit Night.
Well, it's great to have you. What kind of activities do you have going on in the alumni area right now?
Yeah, great question. So, really, we're always trying to connect people. So with alumni events, I would say one of the best events that I've hosted here was an event we did in the fall, an MC Fall Alumni Social at Fallen Oak Distillin' up in Olney. We had over 200 MC alumni attend, and it was an amazing event. I know Andre himself was there. They had the Raptor-themed cocktail, and the beautiful thing about it, we had alumni from over 40 different class years represented. And it was just, I think, something that's so great to see, and something that makes MC so unique is that there's students and alumni of all different ages. So you had, people who went to MC back in 1980 interacting with people who went here in the 2010s, and people of all different age groups. And I think there was just room for so many great connection. And I also will say with the Alumni Association, we have an alumni board of governors, and they're just awesome leaders representing the Alumni Association and really helping facilitate those connections and continue to grow and expand what we do with the Alumni Association.
Well, that's fantastic. Of course, I'm an alumni of this place as well. I'm one of those older guys that came back to start a second career by going here.
Yep.
So if I hadn't come back here, I would not be sitting here doing what I'm doing now, because I came back for the express purpose of getting into some kind of media work.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even know that.
And the college has a lot of amazing programs. Again, no matter what age group you are. I know tonight you see a lot of students who are probably fresh out of high school, but you have so many adult learners, people who come here at an uncertain time. A big thing now is for federal workers, there's a lot of people who might be getting laid off from their job or displaced, but MC is a home for them. And the Alumni Association too, that's what we do. We're inclusive to everyone, anyone who's taking classes. You don't have to have just graduated. All you have to do is just taking classes or been affiliated with MC in some way.
Well, that's kind of, I hate to come back to myself again, but that's kind of my story. I was 50 years old, I'll be quite honest. I was unhappy with what I was doing. I said, I want to try something different, and before it's too late. So I came back here, lit the fire, and the rest is history, as they say.
Go. Yeah, were you always into sports?
Always into
media?
sports, but never on this side of the camera.
Yeah.
So,
fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, now we just started the second semester here.
Yeah.
You got anything planned for the rest of the year?
Yeah. A couple things, leading up to commencement is always a big time. We're really trying to with Steve and I, we're really trying to be intentional about connecting with the current student class and letting them know, we're here as an alumni association, so that way when they graduate, they're more motivated to join. We have a big fundraiser. It's called Dog Fishing for MC Scholarships. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
It's been going on for 12 years plus. That's always a great time. It will be on Cinco de Mayo this year. So
where is that going to be this year?
At the the Dogfish Head Ale House in Gaithersburg. It's always a great
so
event.
It's still there.
It's a great place.
Yep,
Great place.
Yep, great place. But one event we're actually looking at. Don't want to give away too much, but we're really trying to do more connect with recent alumni. So Steve and I, we've had a lot of talks about doing a recent alumni event that bring alumni back. And just find fun ways to engage with them. And we really want to hear what they're up to. And I will say, the events are one thing. I think with Steve and I, we're still both somewhat new. We're really trying to grow and find new opportunities. But one of the huge things that we're doing, one of the biggest things that we're doing is communication. Like with Steve and I, we've really tried to revamp our alumni communication strategy. So even for tonight, we sent 3 different emails out to specifically our basketball alumni. And even for like events or anything we do, we're really trying to send more emails to engage with our alumni on social media and let them know we're here. Because if we can't communicate with them, then how are they going to know to reach back out, get involved? And I really think the more we send out, these communications, the more we get a social media following, the more we will have people coming back. Because what I will tell you is the Montgomery College Alumni Network is deep. Again, you don't just have your graduates, but you have people who anywhere you go in Montgomery County, any business, you're going to find a Montgomery College alum. So the more we can build those communications out, make our presence felt, the more we're going to have, and we've already seen it, the more we're going to have people coming back to us and getting involved. So really excited about everything going on. Again, the Dogfish event and our recent alumni event are a couple things, big things we have going on this spring. But looking ahead, I think we have some big plans. And the more we increase our following, the more we're going to be able to do fun events like this and other events out in the community.
Well, I know this guy can help you with the social media part.
Yep, we got some stuff planned. We're working together, and I'm excited. Andre's the man. Something we're always looking at too is just the amount of people we engage and also the type of content. And again, the stuff that Andre does. I feel like Andre and ours minds kind of think alike. Because we're always just thinking about unique ways to captivate our audience and get people engaged and tell the story of Montgomery College.
Sounds great. Well, Ezra, thanks so much for stopping and talking with us and enlightening us on everything going on in the alumni area.
Yeah, of course.
It sounds great, and I think you guys have really revitalized things from everything that I'm hearing.
Yeah, so. I'm excited. And again, there's just hundreds of thousands of Montgomery College alumni out in the community, and our job is to identify them, bring them back, and again, engage them, because Montgomery College is an amazing place, and it should be for everyone. And for anyone following, just encourage. I've been encouraging folks tonight, but I would encourage anyone following. Give us a follow on social media, on Instagram. You can find us at MC Alumni Association. We're always posting content, and if you want to reach out via email too, you can reach out at alumni@montgomerycollege.edu.
Very good.
We'd love to hear from you.
All right, Ezra, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the semester.
Thank you. Go Raptors.
My man.
Thank you.
All right. So, while we were talking to Ezra, the Raptors managed to hold on to their lead here, and they're up by 9 with just over 6 minutes left in the first half. Taking a look at our most recent, I'm not sure if this is the most recent stat sheet.
Oh, yeah, I have it right here.
Here it is.
There we
go. So, let's see. For the Raptors, Ian Pascal, 13 points.
Yeah.
And
5 for 5 shooting as well. He just missed
5
one
for 5
free throw.
from the floor. Yep. And 3 for 4 from the foul line.
Yeah, that'll get you a lot of points real quick.
Yep. Christopher Levy was 6. Emachetta was 6. And Renaud was 7 for the Raptors. Those are the leading scorers. For Hartford, the leading scorer is, well, they got 2 guys with 8. Trayvon Morgan and Junior Tudawan.
Yeah, Morgan's been a beast down low.
Yeah, he's been wreaking havoc out there.
Oh, yeah.
So we're back to it. It was a nice conversation with Ezra.
Yeah, good guy. Great guy. We do a lot of work. We've done some work together. We're gonna actually we have a meeting tomorrow for another project that we're going to be getting started, and I'm always at his office bugging him, or his cube, and he's always in my cube bugging me. So it's a great partnership.
Raptors moving it around. There's a drive.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
And that's got to be a blocking foul.
Yeah.
On Harford.
Ooh, look at this shot. Awesome. Hey, these signs, you know.
Right.
Hey, look at the young Raptor.
Young Raptor fan.
There we go. Track and
right.
field. Okay. He's wearing a Sonic the Hedgehog beanie, so he must be fast. You know about Sonic the Hedgehog?
I've heard the name.
Yeah, okay.
It's a cartoon character, isn't it?
Yes.
Or is it a game?
There is a game of the cartoon character, yeah. And a movie. Okay, and we're getting the live feed right here. So Sega Genesis video game, Sonic the Hedgehog came first, and I'm assuming the cartoon and the movies came after. Now, that was my time, you know, back in the day.
We got that straight from the production truck.
Yes,
so
yes. I'm assuming we have some gamers in the truck.
I don't doubt it.
There you go.
Raptors up by 13. Their biggest lead has been 15. There's a nice little runner by Tony Pope.
A teardrop.
Nice touch. He had his foot on the line.
Wow, that, you know, I don't like to challenge the refs, but was he out? I don't know.
He didn't think so, and neither did his teammate.
Did you play much basketball growing up, Michael?
That was probably my worst sport. I did play in what we called back then junior high.
Okay.
It's now called middle school.
Yeah.
But I knew my limitations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I feel that. It's like me in baseball. But I was a star in T-ball.
Well, there you go.
You know, the ball just stood there, so it was easy for me to hit.
Whoa. Deep three for Ian Pascal. Boy. Going to take another look at that one. Look at that.
Yeah, Pascal doing what he does best, and that is scoring.
How you can leave him that open.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they didn't, Hartford didn't do their homework, huh?
I mean, he's shooting almost 40% from three.
Yeah, man. The guy's he's a great player.
54% from the field. And we got a timeout on the floor. Raptors up by 12. And this will be the last media timeout of the half.
And I want to give a quick shout out to Student Life. You know, the Student Life department here at the Rockville campus. Well, all of them, but at the Rockville campus here, helping us out today with some of the T-shirt tosses and doing some of our raffles at halftime. They've been very engaged with the with sports lately and working with us with that, and that's been awesome. It's been great.
That's terrific because I think that helps generate more school spirit.
It does, and just interest in general, and you know, the activities and the events that we plan. Work with Student Life. If they're involved and they're excited, they'll tell more students, and that's what we want at the end of the day.
Exactly. So we just got handed the latest stats, and Pascal is now up to 18 points.
Yeah, 7 for 8 shooting.
And leading scorer for Hartford is still 2-1 and Trayvon Morgan. So Ian Pascal Boy, 7 out of 8 from the floor.
Yeah, man.
1 of 2 from 3, 3 of 4 from the line. He's missed a grand total of 3 shots in the first half. So Raptors hitting 62% from the field.
It's going to be hard to beat a team when they're shooting that well.
You've got that right. And looking at the foul situation, nobody's really in trouble. We've got a couple of guys with 2. One guy with 2 for the Raptors. For Hartford, Basenji. And Abdallah has 2 for the Raptors. But nobody's really in foul trouble, which is good. Been a good game so far. And there's a nice tip in.
Number 20.
Tip in there by Theo Hess. He's from Australia.
That is not close to here.
No, it's not. Tip, no good. They also have a player from New Zealand,
which is also a ways away.
Yeah, my grandson lives in New Zealand.
Really?
Yes, he does.
I heard it's a beautiful place.
He loves it.
Especially if you're like an outdoorsy person and you love hiking and things like that. I've seen some cool pictures.
Yeah, he lives in Auckland.
Okay, is
he
that
loves it.
capital by any chance? I'm not familiar with New Zealand. At least the.
I believe it's the capital.
Okay. And is he doing?
He is going to school.
Okay.
Yeah. He did 2 years in the Army and then got out, and now he's going to school in New Zealand.
Awesome. Well, shout out to your grandson. Keep it up.
Sure what the discussion is here. Foul on Hartford. And it's on Theo Hess.
So they're going to the line. So is it 1-1? Or is it?
Yeah, it should be. That's 1-1. 10 is the penalty. If they get to 10 team fouls, then the Raptors would be shooting 2 from here on out. Or from there on out.
Yeah.
Renaud missed the first. Raptors up by 12. Shot from the corner, off the rim, no good. Nice rebound. Goes up.
It's great defense.
Good. Keeping it at the Hartford end, though. Foul on the Raptors. That's the Raptors' 6th team foul.
And you said it's how many? Is it 8 for 1-1?
It's 7 for the 1-1 and 10 for the penalty.
Okay.
Oh, whoa, what a block.
Wow.
By Jordan Emachetta. No good. Pascal. Ooh, battle on the floor. Wow, it's getting physical down there.
Yeah, a little chippy.
Take another look. There's the block by Emachetta. That was a block. So Renaud now on the line for the Raptors. He's another one of those Hialeah Academy recruits.
There must be some type of, connection there, or, one friend tells the other.
Well, and that's a lot of what it is. I was talking to Raptors head coach Junior Blackman about that before the game, and he said, yeah, I have a friend, used to coach here, moved to Florida, saw these guys play, and told me about them.
Yep.
And that's how it worked.
Yeah, they can play.
He said, I think these guys can help you. And Junior said all I needed was about 5 minutes to look at him, and I knew they could.
Yeah. I mean, if someone's good, that's usually all that it takes. I always say this. If you're someone that's a pretty decent player, and say you're warming up, I could just look across the court, or in my case, the field in soccer, and just by the way that the player walks, I can tell if they're good or not. Just by the way you're walking.
Well, he said after about 5 minutes of watching them work out, he knew they could help the team. Another great block. Boy, Amachetta is really, beautiful follow by Renaud.
The MC is feeling it right now.
They are playing very well. Amachetta has, with the 2 blocks. Oh, what a great tip in by Renaud.
Yeah, that was great.
Didn't even bring it down. Travel.
It's like 2 or 3 in a row.
Seconds to go in the half. Raptors basically going to hold it for the last shot. There'll be a couple of seconds left.
Oh, wow.
What a move by Levy.
Wow.
He's fouled.
Oh, that was an ankle breaker.
Christopher Levy broke some ankles out there.
Goodness.
My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here out of the Raptors.
Me too. I really love their energy.
And they've called a technical now on Harford. So Levy on the line. Shoots almost 80% from the foul line.
There we go.
Makes his first. Christopher Levy. I love the purple sneaks.
Yeah, it's one thing about the basketball. Oh,
in and out.
Yeah, basketball shoes are, in my opinion, some of the coolest shoes you can have.
Now he also gets a shot because of the foul. I'm not sure who the technical was on.
Yeah, what's going on right now?
There's a lot of activity over at the Hartford bench. Solomon Zurier, their head coach. Hartford assistants doing a lot of yapping, shall we say. Usually see that. I'm still not sure what the technical was all about. Now Levy will shoot his 1-and-1, so he makes the first. Good look at Christopher. And he makes them both. So he makes 3 out of 4. On his trip to the line, puts the Raptors up now by 18 with just 11 seconds to go in the game. Or in the first half, rather. Oh, almost a steal. Levy.
Out of bounds.
That's a turnover.
Great defense.
Levy really put the pressure on, forced that pass.
Oh, yeah. Defense starts offense, and he's really, on the defensive side, using a lot of energy right there. And here he goes again.
Going to try to get something off. He does. Oh. He thought he had a goaltend. So that is the half. And the Raptors up 54-36 at the half. And we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a break for halftime, but I do want to point out that the first video that we're going to show you at halftime is the tribute video that was put together for our head coach, Tarla Gasquet, of the MC women's basketball team in commemoration of her 300th career win. We'll be back after halftime. The head coach of the Montgomery College Raptors, Tarla Gasquet.
Congratulations on your 300th career win. What an amazing accomplishment. I am so happy and so proud of you.
Coach G got me through some real dark times, and I don't know if I would have made it without her. So I wanted to thank you, Coach G. I love you and congratulations.
My experience with Coach G was honestly one of the best parts of my journey. She's someone who truly cares about you on and off the court, not just as a player, but as a person.
Hey Coach G, congrats on your 300th win. My first 2 years of college were a big learning experience, and having you as my coach made all the difference.
Coach G, congratulations on your 300th win. You deserve it, and so much more. Thank you so much for believing in me.
Thank you so much for believing in us and for coaching us, and for just simply being here for us. It's very appreciated.
I wore number 10 when I played for Coach G, and I don't know if everybody knows this, but Coach G wore number 10 when she played for Duke, so I hold that to a high regard.
I know that when I talk about impact, I am not just speaking for myself, but anybody that's had the opportunity to play for you in your program, and just that lasting impact that doesn't just stay with us for the time that we're with you.
Coach G did not only care about you on the court, but off the court as well. She always believed in us and expected our best every day. You pushed me to work harder than I thought I could and helped me grow, not just as a player, but as a person.
I definitely did not know how I was going to school, especially for basketball, and you swooped in and really gave me a future. And I could not be more grateful for that. And through being here, through all the obstacles and issues that I've been through, injury, sickness, you still are there supporting me. So thanks so much, Coach.
You know, coaching is not only coaching the game, it's coaching life. And I enjoy working with young ladies and getting them to be responsible adults. So it has its moments, but I think at the end of the day it's rewarding to see it when you can see that they succeed.
She pushed me to become stronger mentally and physically, and when I doubted myself, she never did. When I thought I couldn't do it on the court, she was the one who believed in me and lifted my confidence.
I remember a time when I wanted to quit, and I came to you and I talked about it, and you convinced me that I have something that I should keep playing for. So I just wanted to thank you.
I know for me as a college coach today, there's so many valuable things that I took away from getting to be a part of your program and just having you as my coach. And those are the things that each season that I get to come out here and be on the sidelines and continue to pass down those valuable lessons to my own players. I think of you and just how much you impacted me.
I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to play. I know when I was deciding where I wanted to go for college, it was stressful, but once you recruited me, it made it a lot easier, and I just want to say thank you for that. I would just like to say thank you for this opportunity that you have given me and making me feel welcome, because I came from my country, and it made me feel like I was facilitating from the job, so thank you.
Thank you for being such a loving and caring coach. We appreciate all your support, and we hope we can continue to win with you.
I'm very grateful that you gave me this opportunity to play under you with this team. Hey Coach G, I just want to say thank you for pushing me to be a better player, and congratulations on your 300th win.
I'm forever grateful for the impact you have had in my life. Thank you for everything you have done for me, and congrats again on this amazing milestone.
Congratulations again. I hope you enjoy it. It's such a big accomplishment, and I'm so grateful that I get to say that I played for you. So good luck with the rest of your season, and again, congrats, and I'm so proud of you. Love you.
When I got told from the assistant coaches I would never find another Coach G, they were right. I would never find another Coach G.
Hey, Coach G, congratulations on the 300th win. Congrats, Coach G, on your 300th win.
How do you define Montgomery College? That's the wrong question. It's not how it's defined, it's who defines it.
This is a turning point. It's a moment to look to the future and reify your purpose.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, from early mornings to late nights, from the classroom to the workplace, with their families, their teammates, and when no one is watching. When our students declare to the world, "I am MC," they stand tall, backed by 1,000 experiences that have shaped them along the way, and alongside those who have walked the path with them.
There may have been moments of doubt when you were frayed by too much responsibility. Some of you have changed majors and found new inspiration. Through it, you have found the courage to surmount obstacles. If you are the first in your family to graduate, please stand up and say, "I am MC." If you earn a high school diploma and a college degree this spring, if you speak more than one language, if you are older than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent or a member of the Montgomery College graduating class, please stand up and say, "I am MC."
Those who embody our spirit don't just graduate and move on. Rather, they continue to represent us as the designers of change and the leaders that they've been the entire time. We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. It's that in our eyes, they've been inspiring us every step of the way.
The most important part of our tradition of yoga is the story. It's the meaning of what is being told. That's the most important part. And as a oral tradition culture, that was the way things were passed on. On the stage today was my mom. I give all thanks to her and all respect to her and our elders like herself that keep that knowledge and pass it on to us.
At Montgomery College, we offer an exceptional education that opens doors to transformative experiences, meaningful opportunities, and bright futures. Celebrated nationally for our outstanding graduation rates and impressive returns on investment, we deliver tangible results that underscore our deep commitment to student success. Our innovative curriculum prepares students to excel in vibrant, evolving fields such as biotechnology, healthcare, information technology, and skilled trades. At Montgomery College, life and learning go hand in hand. Our flexible schedules and comprehensive support empower students to succeed. Our dynamic college thrives as a community marked by inclusivity, collaboration, and mutual respect, inviting students to celebrate their diverse strengths and aspirations. At Montgomery College, every employee plays a role in student success. Guided by the care and expertise of dedicated faculty and staff, students build rewarding careers, achieve personal fulfillment, and accomplish extraordinary outcomes.
Even though these are beautiful pieces of art, they're constructed in a way that if you put trucks and wheels on them, you can kick flip it or you can, cruise down the road with it. My name is Dior. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, a skateboard instructress, and a youth advocate. I've always been around woodworking, cedar wood flutes, cedar wood, so I really feel this connection to the tree's life, before it became a skateboard, before it became a piece of lumber. Truly, when that wood's in front of me, it's alive still able to tell me how it wants to be used, how it wants to be decorated and adorned. I love doing commissions because it gives me kind of a look into other people's passions, their lives, their story, but they are trusting me to capture their vision and put it onto a skateboard, and I think that's pretty honorable, It's a skateboard, but it's a skateboard that I see a bit of my community and I see myself with, and I think that creates a lasting memory.
Every morning gives you a certain feeling. Like you have the potential to make something big happen.
The possibility of finding purpose. At Montgomery College, we're more than just learners.
We are the designers of our own tomorrows, building futures that didn't always feel possible.
Here, we're first-gen scholars, career switchers, and late-night learners.
We're parents, veterans, dreamers, and doers. Every day moving forward, not just in the classroom, but in the community.
And we're doing it together. From every background toward every future. Because when we rise, our communities rise with us. Our families grow stronger.
This isn't just a place to learn, it's a place to belong.
Where ambition takes flight.
Rockville campus of Montgomery College. Michael Brown alongside my partner, Andre Anderson. We are just about set to get the second half underway. Want to show you a few highlights from the first half that was dominated by the Raptors. There's Ian Pascal, who led the Raptors in scoring with 18. There's a dunk by number 11, Mohamed Lowe. There's Renaud, Levy, and Pascal again. Leading scorers for the Raptors in the first half, Ian Pascal with 18, Christopher Levy with 11, and Isaiah Renaud with 10. And Andre, one of the big differences in the first half is the Raptors shooting 57% from the field.
Yeah, if you're shooting 57%, most of your shots are going in. I wouldn't be surprised if you're up.
And to 41% for Hartford. Another big stat difference, Hartford was 16 turnovers to the Raptors 9.
Yeah, there's a lot more chances for the Raptors to go down the court and get some buckets, get some points. So I know, or at least I don't know, but I'm sure the coach probably talked about those turnovers at halftime.
Leading scorers for Hartford are junior Tudawan with 8 and Trayvon Morgan with 8. Raptors are in white, Hartford in black, and we are underway in the second half. Another big stat in the first half was number 5, Jordan Amachetta with 5 blocks.
Yeah, 6'9" player down there in the paint, swatting everything.
Raptors as a team had 9 blocks in the first half.
That's good defense. Oh, look at the ball movement.
There's Renaud.
You know what I like about that? It's like very simple, but he got the ball down low and he didn't like what he, like the opportunity he had, so he just brought it back out. And look at that. It turned into a better shot, and that's an assist for him. And it's not always about you scoring, and it's not about taking difficult shots, moving the ball around, finding the best option to get the points.
Amachetta again bothering them. There's Levy off the glass.
Great
so the
bucket.
Raptors come right out. Oh, there's a quick pass down, but a block by Pascal. Picked up by Renaud and a foul. They're going to call a foul on number 22, Basenje, for Hartford. Here's Levy. Look at this drive. He just beat him with speed.
Yeah, he is a quick player, very quick player.
Didn't have to use that arm bar at all. There's a nice pass.
Ooh.
Beautiful assist by Pascal to Amachetta.
Yeah, whatever coach said at halftime for the Raptors, it's slingshotted them out, and they are playing really well.
There's a foul, and that's going to be on Pascal. Looking at the foul situation, neither team, Raptors only have one player with 2, and that is Abdallah. The only player in semi-serious foul trouble is for Hartford, number 11, Tudawan with 3. So neither team in foul trouble at the moment. Of course, that could quickly change.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was super quick.
Well, as aggressive as these teams are, although I got to say they're not running it up the court mindlessly.
Yeah.
They're running when they can. They're pushing it, but they're not out of control.
Yeah. It's very true. They've been in a lot of control. I mean, look right now. It's like they're running. Oh, as I said that, they almost turned it over, but oh, no way.
Oh, he tried the alley-oop to Amachetta. He just missed it. Oh, that would have been spectacular.
Yeah.
Oh, nice move there by Tony Pope.
Oh, what
Long
a pass.
pass to Amachetta.
Wow.
Whoa.
What a dunk.
Oh, with authority.
Hey, Pascal could play. If we had a football team, we might have to put him at quarterback.
Oh.
That was a one-handed. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Look at this one-handed. Wow.
All the way down on the inbound. You don't see that very often.
No, not at all. 3 ball. Ooh.
Deep three by Abdallah. Fata Abdallah. Shot from the corner, no good.
Wow.
And it's going to be a foul. Down low on Renaud.
But here we go with the instant replay. Look at that three ball.
Wide open. He just buried it.
Nothing but net.
Just buried it.
Now, if that was me, it would have been an air ball. I'll tell you that right now. That would have been an air ball.
So that puts Donovan Peterson on the line. And he misses the first. Peterson's a freshman out of Severn, Maryland. And he missed them both. Pascal with the rebound. Levy. Oh, look at that.
Oh. Well, Levy's having himself a great game.
He sure is. He had 11 points in the first half.
We just had a nice visit from the men's soccer coach, Coach Pedro.
Pedro Braz, very successful coach here at Montgomery College.
Yep, he was my coach.
He was your coach way back when?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, man. Remember, Donovan Peterson just about took me out of action.
Oh, there he is. There's Coach Pedro. Great guy right there, waving to the camera.
There he is, Pedro Braz, head coach.
Yep.
MC Soccer.
Yeah, assistant athletic director as well. Man, I have some stories I could tell y'all about that guy. Man. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Nice bucket by Pascal. Just as smooth as silk. Lost the ball. That's a turnover. He wanted a tip ball, but he didn't get the call. Raptors with a commanding lead. And there's a foul. And that'll put Isaiah Renaud on the foul line. Raptors up by 27. I must say, I did not see that coming.
No, we were talking before the game about how both teams were very similar actually in play style and also the amount of points that they score per game. So we were expecting something a little bit closer. But hey.
I mean, we have a long way to go.
We do.
Stranger things have happened.
Yes.
But Hartford better get busy.
Yeah, if they're going to start, they can't start like that.
Well, the turnovers are killing them.
Yeah.
We talked about the first half differential, 16-9, and they're not off to a good start in the second half. We haven't gotten any stats yet. We'll get them soon. We've got a timeout coming up, and we'll get some stats then. Renaud.
Three ball. Ooh,
in and out. Comes Hartford with a chance to cut into the lead. And there's a foul. And I think that's Renaud. He's slow to get up.
Yeah.
Media timeout.
And there's a timeout on the floor. I think the foul was on Renaud, but he took the worst of it. He got popped in the mouth.
Yeah, that's always the worst. So I was gonna say I didn't actually get popped in the mouth. I just bit my own lip, and now so I understand how he feels, but mine was self-inflicted.
You mean you didn't suffer yours in a basketball game?
No, I was eating Chick-fil-A sandwich, man. Put myself out. I don't know, man. Sometimes in life.
There's a good look at the Raptors coaches and the Raptors huddle. They're enjoying a very comfortable lead at the moment.
Yeah, and a well-deserved little break here as well. Thank you, sir.
And we're going to take a look at some of the stats. And now, look at that. We were just talking about the turnovers. It's now 19-9, so 3 turnovers this half already for Hartford to none for the Raptors.
Mm-hmm.
Pascal up to 20 points now. Christopher Levy 15. Emichetta up to 14.
And how many blocks? He still
has the 5 blocks, but
okay.
he also has 2 steals. So
defensively, he is going to work.
He sure is. But you look at those turnovers, and they are spread throughout the Hartford team.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Raptors are shooting 60% from the field. Off the glass, no good. They do get the rebound. And another foul on the Raptors. And 2-1, he really drew that foul. He kind of forced that foul. Now,
sometimes it's like as a viewer, you sit there and you see the defender with their hands up, and then the offensive player just kind of like rams himself into the defender, and he gets the foul.
Exactly.
And I'm like, what's going on?
And that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah.
Now, take a look at 2-1 shoes.
Okay. Oh, we get the 1-in-1 combination.
We got the 1-in-1 combination.
A yellow and a purple.
A yellow and a purple.
What do you think about that?
I'm not sure about that one.
Okay.
Christopher Levy with a great drive. It's an interesting combo.
It is. Are you a let me hear your combo, or not combo. Are you a solid
I would not
color?
be a combo guy.
Not a combo guy. Okay.
No.
Solid color.
I've been called a sneakerhead.
Okay. Word on the streets.
Yeah, but let's see if I had to pick a favorite pair out there right now.
Let's see. We got some red ones.
I like Christopher Levy's.
What is he wearing? Oh, the purple.
He's got the nice solid purple.
Okay.
It's a nice look.
Yeah.
I like those.
Too. I like those.
But I look at 2-1s. Those have got to be, you don't buy a pair like that, do you?
See, I would say no.
Right.
But to me, what it seems like is then you have to buy 2 pairs of shoes, which is double the money.
Exactly.
So,
and they're not cheap.
No, the way that my bank account works is one is going to be enough.
Of course, maybe he's got an NIL with that.
Hey, man. Man, if that's the case, I need to learn about that. You think they do NIL at work?
Here comes Hartford pushing it. They've got to push it because they are down by almost 30.
Yeah, they need as many possessions as possible.
And they're pressing. Game's going to get a little sloppy, I predict.
Yeah, I think so too.
Going to see more fouls because Hartford is, frankly, approaching desperation.
Mm-hmm.
They're down by 29 and with just over 14 minutes to go. So,
here we go.
There's a good look.
And it looks like almost like a snake pattern or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Those look like 2 different shoes. Obviously there's 2 different shoes, but like 2 different pairs of shoes.
You know,
if I'm making myself clear, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not much of a basketball shoe head either, but I like them.
They're cool. I will say that they're very cool looking.
Yeah, I'm not cool enough for them, but 2-1 definitely is.
Oh, 2-1 can pull it off.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, great pass. Yeah, see that? I mean, look at that. There you go.
I can't do that.
No, not at
2-1 can do that.
Yeah.
You know. So he's got the shoe game going well.
Pull up. Ooh,
nice
smooth.
touch.
Left-handed as well.
Aman El-Bouzawi.
Look at that one more time. Left-handed, soft touch.
Just nice.
And
Nestled
one.
it.
Oh, no.
And there comes another foul. That foul's on the Raptors. 16 fouls so far for Hartford, 5 for the Raptors.
Already 6.
So we're going to be in the 1-on-1 fairly quickly.
Yeah.
And there's a turnover. Try to do a little too much with that pass.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if in one of their upcoming practices they work on, some of the passing and things of that nature. Now, they play good basketball. It's just having those, that many turnovers in a game is going to be difficult for you to win any game.
Particularly when your opponent is shooting almost 60% from the field. That was a bit forced. Bucket there by Darian Paris. (77-48) Raptors on top. They have led the entire game. They're taking their time, working the shot clock. El-Bouzawi missed that last one. All right, we got a media timeout on the floor. And we will keep it here as the Raptors controlling this one up 77-48.
Yeah, it's been a long day for the Owls. Long day.
But they got a long drive home.
Hartford, how far is that, Hartford County?
Hartford is way up there. It's
was it north or south?
It's north of Baltimore.
Okay.
It's about 90 minutes from here.
Oh, okay.
By the way, it is the home county of our director.
Really?
Scott Youngblood.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, the more you know.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the home county of our director, Scott Youngblood, the director for MC Video and Multimedia Team.
Yeah, okay.
AKA VMT.
VMT. We are trademarking that.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go with some more stats.
Here's some
Love
stats.
It. Appreciate it.
Take a look at that. Been doing a great job giving us the stats tonight.
Oh, yeah, I have a stack.
Wow, turnovers now up to 21-9.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I mean, MC's been stuck at 9. Obviously, he's stuck in a good way.
Yes.
But for a while now.
Yes. The Raptors have yet to turn the ball over in the second half, whereas that's 5 turnovers already in the second half for Hartford. Raptors shooting 57% to 38% for Hartford.
It's a difficult one.
So Raptors with 10 blocks to none for Hartford. 10 blocks.
Yeah, that's just between 2 people right there. That's 8 of them.
And look at this. Raptors with 18 assists to just 8 for Hartford.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That tells you a lot, too, about ball movement, sharing the ball, finding the hot hand.
Yep. We were talking a lot about that in the first game.
Yep.
And we're seeing a lot more of it here in the second.
So we're back to the foul line. I have a feeling it's going to be a parade from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of pressing as well that we're going to see from Hartford trying to get the ball back.
Yeah.
They need steals. So.
Oh, yeah, they've got to.
Yeah, but, you know.
They have to play that way.
Yeah.
If they have any hope of getting back in it, I mean, they're down 28 points. Raptors on the other. Yep, here comes the full court pressure.
Yep. You know what happens with this?
They break it. Now the Raptors should slow it down. Look for the good shot. There's no hurry. They're moving the ball well.
It's a good ball movement.
Very good. Wow, nice feed. Nice feed. Pascal with a nice feed to Mohamed Lowe.
See it again right here. Ooh, good handoff.
Just beautiful. And as a coach, you love to see that. Your leading scorer gives up what probably would have been a basket for him.
Yeah. But 2 points is 2 points no matter who scores it.
That's right. And on the floor, and that's, they're going to call it a foul or a jump ball? Looks like a foul. Yep, it's a foul. Interesting. Since the ball was on the floor, the player was on the floor. But I guess they didn't like the way the Raptor tied him up.
Yeah, he kind of jumped on top of him, to be honest.
He did sort of jump on top of him.
Yeah. Here's some of those clappers.
Yep, that was one of the gifts they gave out, right?
Yeah, clappers, pom-poms,
T-shirts.
T-shirts, the MC signs,
pizza.
Man, I hope they have some left.
That's all you got to say to get a crowd at a college.
I mean,
free
come on
pizza.
now. Yeah.
You know.
No, honestly, though, like the amount of times the last couple of days I've been just like handing out these flyers and putting them on the, on the walls and stuff. And the student would say, "Oh, this looks cool." And I'll say, "Yeah, free pizza." And I hear, "Free pizza?" Like, the repeating of the free pizza is, like, hilarious.
Raptors with the ball. 10 minutes to go in the game, just over 10 minutes.
Yeah. And, for everyone who is expecting it at every game, unfortunately, that is not the case.
No, that is not the case.
Not the case. But if there is free pizza, it's probably at a time when you'll see me handing out flyers. So, whoa. Got him on skates.
Shot clock down to, here comes Hartford.
Oh, nice layup.
Nice fast break.
Oh. Okay.
Good
this is
pass.
Up and down.
Levy.
Up and down the court.
To Mansoray.
I mean, they're on pace right now to hit 100.
They are on pace to hit 100 for sure. There's 9:57 to go. There's
Great
Levy.
pass.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Good look at the Raptors bench.
It's always cool also to see you know, when you look at the team's bench and the coaching staff and you see someone new or, you know, someone that, for instance, I'm not sure who this fellow is, but I have seen him, though. Yeah. But the thing is, I've seen him at games, you know, and I've seen, like, it's just cool to see the people that are around. I know he was an ex-player as well, and I do apologize for not exactly knowing his name, but it is good to see people around the game love MC, come back and coach and support and mentor. And we have our trusty statistician once again. Thank you, sir.
Well, we only got one this time.
Oh, okay, we got to share.
So, not much change from the last time we looked at the sheet. There's only one score in double figures for Hartford, and that's 2-1.
You know, I haven't seen Morgan in a bit.
No.
Oh, but he's in right now. So they're going to try to find him for sure.
There it goes, right to the hoop.
And he got
Another
the call.
Foul.
Yep.
Well, I hate to say I was right, but as predicted, we're going to see a lot of fouling from here on out.
Yes, we are.
Unfortunately, some of these are coming from the Raptors, and they really don't need to put, if they could help it, they don't really want to put Hartford on the line.
Yeah, I mean, they're up by so many points, you know. It's like, just make it a difficult shot.
Yep. Foul-wise, Muhammad Loa now has 3 fouls for the Raptors. Nobody else has more than 2. Now this is interesting for Hartford. Tutawan, who's their leading scorer, has 4 personals. He leads Hartford with 12 points. He's the only player in double figures.
Yeah, I'll say Raptors don't have to rush it.
That's right. Work the clock.
Oh, stepped on the line.
Levy definitely did not think he did that. But he must have, or at least the referee thought he did.
Wow.
Rebound. Here comes the Raptors. Levy.
Alley-oop!
Oh, that was beautiful.
A reverse alley-oop.
Look at this one. Look at this one. Oh,
wow.
Behind the back, behind the head. Oh, my goodness.
I can't even. How do you catch it? I can't even do that.
I know. His head was rim high.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable. We've had a few beautiful dunks tonight by the Raptors.
We have.
Great pass from Levy.
Number 1, Levy. Number 22.
But then they come right back down the floor, and there's another foul.
Which, once again, is not necessary. I mean, you want to play some good defense, but
yeah,
maybe it's a little bit overly aggressive.
Levy, no problem. Now they work the clock a little bit. There's a pass down low. You can't. Yeah, you got to go for that.
Yeah, that was great.
Nice pass. Good bucket by Amachetta. on the line is Bosenje. He makes his first. Second is good. That's the lead to 24. Errant pass.
There you go. Good save.
Raptors save it. Ahead to, whoa! Emichetta with the emphatic dunk.
That brings him up to 16 points now. 3 ball.
In and out, no good. Rebound to Morgan.
Oh.
He throws it away. I mean, he'll get a turnover for that, but that was a hustle turnover.
That was.
So we got a timeout on the floor. And the Raptors up by 26. And looking at the leading scorers for the Raptors, got Pascal with 22, Christopher Levy with 17, and Emichetta with 16.
Yep.
Raptors shooting 58% from the field.
Yeah, compared to Hartford's 39%.
Yeah, that's the difference. Meanwhile, Pascal, he's not small. He's 6'4".
Yeah.
But he is filling up the stat sheet. He's got 2 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks.
Yeah, he's doing a little bit of everything, or a lot of a lot.
And just 1 turnover.
Yeah, he's scoring, playing defense, not turning the ball over. That's what a good player does.
Plus he's shooting 9 for 14 from the field. Raptors shooting 60% from the field as a team.
Yeah, and then we have Emichetta as well. 18 points, 5 blocks.
Emichetta is up to
3
18.
steals, 2 assists, 5 rebounds. Another solid performance.
5 blocks for Emichetta.
Yeah, that's impressive. Levy with 17.6 assists.
Boy, an impressive stat sheet.
Yeah.
And then Renaud off the bench with 14.
Shooting a solid 5 for 8 as well, way above 50%. She loved to see.
I tell you, Raptors keep playing like this the rest of the season.
Hey,
they are going to cause some. They're going to do some damage in the postseason.
Oh yeah.
There's a steal, turnover. Whoa! Tried the tomahawk, had it blocked, but the foul is on Renaud.
I think it's so impressive how high they get up, going for and then trying to block that? Not I. You think I'm going to put my hand there? Nah, man.
Man, that is.
Nah, man.
I could think of a couple of things I could describe that as that might get us kicked off the air. So I'll just say it was a very manly block and shot.
Yes, my hands, I'm not even going to jump. I'm just going to let them dunk. It's crazy. That's why I'm sitting here and not playing on the court.
Well, that and you're, you know.
Yeah, too old. Too old, too short, you know, all that stuff.
Or parade down to the other end.
Number 5, Jordan Emichetta at the free throw line.
Raptors now have 10 team fouls.
1 of 1.
To 7 for the Owls. So The Owls, every time they go to the line from here on out, will be shooting 2.
Yeah, okay.
The Raptors are in the 1-and-1. First one's up and good. So Emecheta. He's had a heck of a game tonight. This kid is fun to watch play.
Oh, yeah, he's electric.
Missed the second. Oh, wow. I don't know how he got through there like that, untouched. But the Raptors come out with it. Renaud. Levy in the corner.
He's so quick.
Oh, nice baseline drive.
So quick.
Paid the price. Yeah.
Gets 2 for the Raptors.
For a guy, I mean, he's tall, but for a guy not as tall as the rest of the tall people on the court, he's getting to the rack so easily.
He's 6 foot tall. So he's one of the shorter guys out there.
And he's able to, you know, go amongst the trees, man.
He can get up there.
Oh, yeah.
He's got some hops.
Three ball. Oh, great
pass.
Great pass.
Jordan Emecheta with another dunk, but a beautiful pass there by Adrian Amaya. Great court vision. There's the Raptors. Pascal. Off the board, dunk for Renaud.
Whoa.
Are they putting on a show for us tonight or
this
what?
is amazing.
Got the lead up to 32.
Here's the replay of this one.
Watch this.
Wow.
Wow. Does Pascal have eyes in the back of his head?
He must.
2 points, number 22.
He must.
I mean, how did he know he was there? Wow. I mean, there's been some pretty ones tonight. That might be.
I think that was
that's
number
right
1.
up there.
Yeah. We should.
That the behind the back one.
Oh,
behind the head one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was pretty good.
Ooh. Is anybody commenting in the chat? Which dunk was the best dunk of the night?
I'll tell you what. The highlights of this game.
Oh yeah.
Are spectacular.
We gotta submit it to ESPN top 10 plays.
They are spectacular. Raptors working that clock as they should. Pascal through the traffic. Boy, he
got hit
he got
hard.
whacked. And Pascal, he really plays under control.
He does.
I like the way he plays.
It's like one of those things where it's like he plays like he knows what he's doing. You know, he's not just out there.
Exactly.
He knows what he's doing.
Like he has a plan.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Boy, the net barely rippled on that first foul shot. He's a good foul shooter. Hitting over 80% of his foul shots. Makes them both. He's going to take a little breather. And Abdallah comes in for him. Raptors up 96-64. So looks like the century mark is very much in jeopardy here for the Raptors. They're going to cruise right by that. I'm not sure about that call.
I know. I thought it was. He hit the ball. It looked like, but you know,
that was pretty ticky-tack, and it was also called from way out beyond the arc. The ref under the basket did not make that call.
22 is going to give our number 22, Mosenga, the trip to the free throw line to shoot 2.
And he'll be shooting 2. Abdallah.
Oh.
Another block. Raptors with cleared the bench just a little bit.
Yeah. Good rotation, get some players some PT.
Almost a steal there by Mansoray. Almost a turnover there. Shot up, no good. Rebound to Switzer. And they slow it down. This is Osman Mansoray from Einstein High School.
It's a lot closer than New Zealand.
Yeah. And if no ball, it'll be Hartford's ball. Good hustle by both players. Abdallah and Bosenji.
Media timeout.
And timeout. Media timeout.
This will be our last media timeout of the game. Raptors up 96 to 67. So this has been a really fun game for us to call here, and a nice pick-me-up after the Raptors women's team lost the opener.
Yeah.
Nice to see the men's team bounce back.
Yep, and I actually see some of the women's players here to support the men's team.
They're still here, hanging out, supporting the guys.
It's awesome.
It's great to see. Checking out the latest stats, Pascal up to 24 points now.
Yep, 24, 5 and 5 with what?
5 steals, 5 assists, 3 blocks.
Yeah.
Just 1 turnover and just 1 foul. And that is
Clean
amazing
game.
when you think about how many minutes he's played and how much. By the way, let me just interrupt. There's a good look at some of the players from the women's basketball team supporting the guys. But as much as Pascal touches the ball, has it in his possession, those numbers, those turnover numbers, man, that's great.
Oh yeah, it's literally insane. I mean,
there's a turnover. Raptors have it. They'll just work the clock.
Yeah, no need to rush.
Osman Mansoray brings it out. No hurry. Oh, nice pass down low. No. Mansoray was fouled. Got a nice pass there from Joseph Bueno Blyden.
Great name.
Number 2,
that's a great name. I love it.
Yeah.
I was hoping I'd get to say that tonight. Joseph Bueno Blyden.
Richard Montgomery High School is a 6'8" sophomore.
It's musical. That's a musical name.
It is.
From Richard Montgomery.
Which is literally down the street.
It is literally a long three-pointer from here.
Yeah, you can walk there.
Yep. He's 6'8". He looks taller than 6'8".
Oh yeah.
But I think he's thin. So it might be a little deceptive.
Oh, and there's that.
And he blocks it.
Yeah, that 6'8" frame.
Look at him bring it up.
Pull up. Oh.
Feeling his oats a little bit there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Raptors need 2 here to break the century mark. Now this one is well in hand now.
Oh yeah. What is that? 31.
Let's see. I got 5 fingers on this hand.
Yeah, right. I have 5 toes over here.
Yeah. I left my adding machine at home. Of course, nobody knows what an adding machine is anymore.
Yeah, see, back in my day, we used rocks, you know, and like 1 rock and 2 rocks made 3 rocks.
I used an abacus, you know.
We looked at the stars, you know, and you look for the Big Dipper, and usually the answer's around there. Speaking of the Big Dipper, I was at the planetarium the other day. Many people actually do not know this, but Montgomery College has a planetarium on campus at the Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus. It's incredible. It's literally like the sphere. It's like a mini sphere, like in Vegas. And they have shows, free shows on a Saturday.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. It's great. I've been trying to go and take the girlfriend, but they're always, like, sold out. But recently I've heard it's actually, if you end up going, no, wait. They usually, yeah, go to the show, show up. They usually have some room, but anyways, the planetarium is amazing.
So, folks had to check that out, the planetarium on the Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus of Montgomery College.
Yeah.
Wayne O'Blyden is making an impact. That bucket by him put the Raptors at 100 points even. There's a turnover. At this point, you just don't want to get anybody hurt.
Yeah,
2 points, 22 second.
Just finish this game out. Put this one in the books. The win will make the Raptors 12-10 on the season and drop Hartford to 14-13 for the season. Oh! This will be the Raptors' 3rd straight win. So, you know, while we've got some time and everything is pretty much wrapped up, let's talk about who you think the player of the game should be, Andre.
Yeah, well, we had a nice little race of a couple players, but we believe Ian Pascal has won the player of the game. Well, he's not really winning it, but yeah, we believe he is the player of the game. 24 points, 5 steals, 3 blocks, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. That's an all-around game.
That is an all-around game. He also shot 9 for 14 from the field, 1 for 3 from 3, and 5 out of 6 from the line. And yeah, he's taken the rest of the game off. Well deserved. I'll tell you, we could have gone a couple of different ways. Ian definitely deserves it.
Yep.
But we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Jordan Mcheta and Christopher Levy, who also had excellent games, as well as Isaiah Renaud. Let's face it, this is a top-to-bottom
First shot's good.
roster win for the Raptors.
Yes, yes. And what what the men's team proved today is exactly what the women's team was lacking, and they're hoping to get back is that depth. Because obviously if you have players, it's good, like I said before, it's good if one player can score 30. But if you're having 4 or 5 different players score 15, 20 each, that is an overall balanced team. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to, get you a victory.
Yep, and that is exactly what's going to happen here. As the Raptors wind down the clock. They don't need to shoot.
Ladies
and that is our ball game.
Yes, sir.
The Raptors take it 102-72. They led from the opening tip to the end of the game, never headed.
Yeah.
Good look at the teams as they shake hands. It was a good, clean game.
It was.
Nobody got hurt, and great win for the Raptors. Great win for the Raptors.
Thank you.
They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys in double figures. They won the battle of the rebounds. They won the battle of assists. They just dominated every phase of the game tonight.
Yeah, and when you do that, you're definitely going to win. It was a great game to watch, great game to call, and it's even better that you were here, man. Doing it with you is always a good time.
Well, Andre, as always, it was great to have an opportunity to work with you and also the MC Video and Multimedia team. I appreciate very much you guys bringing me back tonight. It's a lot of fun to be back on my old stomping ground.
Yep.
So for everybody on the MC Video and Multimedia production team, for my partner Andre Anderson, for Montgomery College, we want to thank you all very much for watching Raptors basketball.